United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I'd like to ask everybody to turn your cell phones off. It gets pretty disruptive in here, especially with all these people. If you have not turned in a speaker card and intend to speak, please do so. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Commissioner McGee? Commissioner Dukas?
Here.
Commissioner Onstadt?
Here.
Commissioner Westner?
Present.
Commissioner Rodriguez?
Here.
Thank you. Now is the time set aside for public comments for matters that are not on the agenda. I haven't seen any cards. Is there anyone intending to speak on matters not on the agenda? No? Okay. Moving on. Let's deal with the approval of the minutes of June 21st, 2012. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. As I said before the meeting, we received this morning. I haven't reviewed it. No one else has. We're going to take, I'd say, a 15, 20-minute break to see what we've got here, to determine whether or not we feel comfortable going forward today or whether this matter has to be continued to consider what's in here. So I'm take a break now. It's 25 till. We'll reconvene probably at 9 o'clock. Thank you. Yeah. I want to see what's in here. Oh, more. Well, I'm going to go back in the back room.
You should split up.
Well, then we'll throw it away.
Well, or maybe put it aside for now and see what relevance it has. 'Cause I got some of this last stuff. Some of it I think is good, but not.
Come back to a date and time certain for deliberation and a decision. And I think that's the pleasure of the commission. And I'm sorry for any inconvenience that may cause to you, but we have to consider the information that was given to us because we're required to. Okay, the first matter and only matter on the agenda is the appeal of Sulphur Mountain Land Livestock LLC seeking a dismissal of code violation regarding unpermitted tree alteration and native vegetation removal. Can we have the staff report, please?
Right. I'm Katie Matchett. I'm case planner with the Planning Division, and I'm going to present the staff presentation for the Sulphur Mountain Land and Livestock Company's appeal of violation, which is, the violation number is CV 110329, and this is appeal 110008. And I want to just make sure that you have, I'm sure, seen already the errata memo, which is Exhibit 10, where we include an additional recommended action to not only deny the appeal, but also uphold the violation. So I want to start by talking a little bit about the context of this hearing. The hearing regards regulations within our Scenic Resources Protection Overlay Zone, the SRP Overlay Zone. And you can see the SRP Overlay Zone in the vicinity of the site on this map. Here's a broader map of the county showing the Scenic Resource Protection Overlay Zone as well as the important farmlands in the county. So you can see that the SRP Overlay Zone really covers a fairly limited portion of the county, and in particular, the important farmlands that are within the SRP Overlay Zone are very limited.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes.
Could you go back to the first map, please?
Sure. This one?
Yes.
Okay.
Do we have something showing the ridge line of Sulphur Mountain?
Well, you can see this is a topographic map, so you can kind of get a sense of where the ridgelines are. You get the areas on, I guess, the right of the slide are really the ridgelines in this vicinity. I do, at the end of the presentation, if we need to look at it, have another map from our area plan that also shows the ridgelines within this area maybe a little more clearly.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so what we want to make clear is that modifications to the SRP overlay zone policies that were adopted by the Board of Supervisors are beyond the scope of this hearing today. They weren't included in the hearing notice, and they don't appear on the agenda. The only question that's before your commission today is, was the violation at the subject site issued in error? So there are a lot of questions that aren't before your commission today, such as, should there be additional exemptions for agriculture in the SRP overlay zone? Should the standards for vegetation removal in the SRP overlay zone be modified or expanded? Should the tree protection regulations be loosened to allow more activities in a trees protected zone? These are all important questions. They're just not before your commission today. So I'll talk a little bit about the violation itself. Here's the parcel on which the violation took place. You can see the violation sites in red, and you can see where the SRP overlay zone extends over a portion of this parcel. So it represents maybe about 15% of the area of this particular parcel, which is, the entire parcel is about 400 acres. So we began investigating this violation in response to a citizen complaint. Planning Division staff and Code Compliance staff did conduct a site visit on September 7th of last year, and they identified 2 violations of our non-coastal zoning ordinance. The first was the destruction or removal of more than 1,000 square feet of native vegetation in an SRP overlay zone without a permit. And the second was alteration of a protected tree without a permit. And then we did issue a notice of violation on September 8th of last year, and that notice is included as Exhibit 8. The first violation deals with the removal of native vegetation, which is defined in our ordinance as naturally occurring vegetation in Ventura County and includes oak woodlands, coastal sage scrub, and chaparral. It does not include ruderal vegetation, which is the vegetation that first appears after repeated brush clearance. It doesn't include invasive plants or ornamental or landscape vegetation or crops, including fallow farmland. This is a picture of an aerial photograph that zooms in on the violation sites. So you can see, here's where the SRP overlay zone is located on the parcel. And here in white are the violation sites. Yes? Further? Okay. Sure. Good.
That portion of the land which is in the SRP, where is it exactly?
It's within the green.
Well, I'm colorblind. Help me.
Oh, okay.
Excuse me, Katie, do you have a pointer?
Here.
I think this works as pointing.
Madam Clerk.
No?
Madam Clerk? Sure.
Oh, thank you. All right, now I don't know how to get out of that. Well, okay. Thank you. So the boundaries extend about there and like that.
That's the part within the view shed of the Ojai Valley?
That is the part that's within the SRP overlay zone.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to keep this up here just in case. Okay, so again, here are the violation sites. And here is the parcel in 2011, before the vegetation removal. Here it is in 2012, after the vegetation was removed. I have some photographs that were taken on the ground during the site visit to show the ground level of the vegetation removal. So you can see to the left, before the area was covered with native vegetation, and then to the right, what the same area looked like after the vegetation removal. This photo shows some of the vegetation that was maintained on this site, so you get a sense of what that vegetation looked like before it was removed. And then in the background, you can see a portion that's been cleared. And as you can see from this photo, what we're talking about is mature native vegetation. It's fairly sizable. And again, in the background, you can kind of see some of the vegetation that was maintained on the site to give you a sense of what sort of vegetation we're talking about. The second violation deals with our tree protection regulations. Under those regulations, a tree permit is required to alter any protected tree. And our ordinance defines alter as damaging or invading the protected zone of a tree, which includes trenching, digging, placing heavy equipment or vehicles or other materials within that protected zone. And this diagram shows you what the protected zone is. It includes the drip line of the tree, which is the area beneath the branches, plus another 5-foot buffer outside of that drip line. So here's an example of a protected tree at the site, and you can see that within that protected zone, there has been alteration by the definition in our ordinance. Again, here's a California black walnut, which is a protected tree in our ordinance, and you can see that there's alteration within that protected zone. And finally, another coast live oak. Again, alteration within that protected zone of a protected tree, which requires a permit. Okay, so now I'll go over the appeal itself. The appellant has asked your commission to find that a violation did not occur because the vegetation removal at the site qualifies for a special exemption for 2 SRP overlay zone permit requirements for agriculture, as well as a general exemption because it was not visible from the regional road network, and that a tree permit was not required because they did not remove any protected trees. So I'll go over each of these in much more detail. The first issue, the appellant argues that a special exemption for agriculture in the SRP overlay zone applies because vegetation removal is a customary type of agricultural cultivation that ensures grazing lands have adequate forage crops for the cattle that use them. There are 5 different special exemptions related to agriculture in the SRP overlay zone regulations. The Planning Division did review all of these exemptions and find that none of them apply to this particular site. So I'll go over a couple of the first ones that are pretty straightforward. There's an exemption for the removal of landscape vegetation, of invasive plants, and of escaped exotics. As I've discussed, we're talking about native vegetation, which does not meet any of those classifications. There's also an exemption for the removal of vegetation on farmland that's classified as prime, statewide, or unique importance. And as you can see from the map below, the violation sites don't fall into any of those classifications. The next exemption is for the removal of agricultural crops. We don't have a definition of the term crop in our ordinance, so our ordinance directs us to the dictionary and other standard references as well as the legislative record to understand the meaning of that term. So first, the dictionary definition: a crop is a plant or plant or animal product that can be grown and harvested extensively for profit or subsistence. The USDA's National Range and Pasture Handbook further defines a forage crop as a crop of cultivated plants whose plant parts, other than the separated grain, are produced to be grazed or harvested for use as feed for animals. And finally, the negative declaration prepared for the most recent update to our SRP overlay zone regulations defines agricultural crops as man-made features. So the meaning of crop can include crops that are consumed by livestock like grass, provided they're man-made. Simply allowing livestock to consume vegetation does not necessarily make that vegetation a crop. So by this definition, the vegetation that was removed was not an agricultural crop. It was brush, including coastal sage scrub, which is defined in our ordinance as native vegetation. It was not man-made, and it was not cultivated for livestock consumption. So this exemption does not apply.
I'd like to ask you a quick question about that slide. Is that supposed to be representative of the land that
This
was
is a
cleared?
photo of a portion of the site itself. that where some vegetation was maintained.
So we're not to be confused or led to believe that that's a picture of the property. This is
a picture of the property where some of the vegetation was maintained.
But it's not a picture of the property as it existed before it was...
No, this is a picture that was taken when the site visit was conducted of some of the vegetation that was maintained on the property to get a sense of what kind of vegetation was maintained on that property.
If you go back to your slide where you showed native vegetation removal, I've got the
definition of native vegetation, you mean?
where you have the SRP overlay zone, and you show on that slide the
Here?
no,
Keep going.
no,
Further back.
that one.
Okay.
This was taken after the removal?
The picture at this on the side we were just looking at, or this picture right?
This picture right here?
Right. This is after the vegetation removal.
Do you have a picture, an aerial of a flyover, say a Google map, a Google Earth image of what it was like before?
Right. So that's, for example, this is in 2011.
Was that 2011 before?
Right.
Okay, so my question is, it looks to me that cattle were grazing there before, and do you know if cattle grazed on this land before?
I'll leave it to the appellant to discuss specifically where cattle were grazing on the property, but I do talk a little bit about...
I asked if you knew if cattle grazed on the property in question before, as to if you knew that, or whether the county knows that.
Don't know for sure one way or the other. If this specific site had cattle grazing on it, I assume that that is the case.
Can you flip back and forth between the before and after?
Sure.
And then go before? Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I think that we were here. So, moving on to the final special exemption. This is an exemption for vegetation removal on previously cultivated agricultural areas that have been abandoned for up to 5 years. So again, we don't have a definition of the term cultivate in our ordinance, so we need to look to the dictionary, which defines cultivate as to prepare or prepare and use for the raising of crops. So what we're looking for in terms of cultivation at the site is evidence of crop use at the site, or evidence at the site of grading or vegetation management to prepare the land for crop use. This is not the property, this is just an example, but it shows you that it is fairly obvious when there's been any kind of cultivation on the site.
Could you go back to that 2 slides before, not that one, the one before, the one before that?
Mm-hmm.
So if the property in question was used as grazed land before, and we raise cattle there, which is a crop, and the vegetation clearly was removed before, you can see in the before and after pictures that the land had been grazed before. Does previously cultivated include grazing the cattle and raising the cattle on that land?
No, I'm about to go over that too, so maybe I have a couple slides that I hope will clarify that term cultivate and how it relates to grazing. If you would like me to go over those first, and then if I can clarify something after that, I would be happy to do that.
Just slow down.
Okay, so when we say vegetation management, we talk about lots of different methods of vegetation management. That can include mechanical management with bulldozer, for example. It can include chemical management. It can include prescribed burning, and this is an example, again, not the actual site of prescribed burning. And it can include biological means such as targeted grazing. So what we mean by that is the controlled harvest of vegetation to achieve a specific objective other than livestock production. It does not include grazing solely to feed livestock. So to be clear, cultivation may include targeted grazing, but not all grazing is cultivation. Does that answer your question?
No, that's clear as mud.
Okay. So there's grazing for the purpose of simply feeding your animals, and then there's grazing to remove the brush, and we would view those separately. One has a different purpose aside from simply feeding the animals.
So, for example, if you were using goats to clear
Right.
a property and dig up, or
Right.
sheep,
Right,
they graze
exactly.
differently than cattle.
They do, and if you were using them for the purpose of brush removal, that would be different than allowing your cattle to graze on a property. Simply to feed them to produce the livestock crop.
Commissioner Adukas, in response to your question through the chair, I believe that you would probably have to have a very intense operation, for example, of goats. Admitting I'm not an expert in this, but in order to graze to actually for the purpose of removing the vegetation, it would look very different than simply grazing your cattle there. Those are two different things, and Katie is trying to distinguish between those. But perhaps more to the point, the landowner did not use grazing to remove the vegetation. That was done mechanically.
Understood. Understood. I'm just trying to understand this appeal issue number 1, targeted grazing, controlled harvest of vegetation to achieve a specific objective. The only thing that I can think of, the purpose of that is I'm trying to find out what the distinction is between targeted grazing and grazing to feed livestock. I'm trying to understand.
So if you're using targeted grazing, obviously the livestock are eating, but the main purpose is to remove the brush, as opposed to just feeding your livestock herd. Can I answer?
And the purpose is where you use goats to clear a hillside. I'm trying to find
Right.
out what the purpose of this is.
So if you were doing brush management, you can use goats. Definitely, they are often used in the county for brush management. So that's a very targeted, purposed grazing. It's not, letting your herd eat on the property because you are raising a crop of goats.
Well, if goats were on the property and they were eating the brush, that's forage and agricultural crop.
Not by the definition of crop that we're using here.
Commissioner Onstad, in response to your question, one of the things that we've tried to emphasize in the presentation is that the vegetation that was removed was specifically cited in our definition, in the ordinance, as native vegetation. Coastal sage scrub and chaparral are described as native vegetation in the ordinance, and it was the removal of native vegetation that's not permitted beyond a certain amount within the SRP overlay zone.
Without a permit.
How do you go from native vegetation into the agricultural property that's feed for livestock?
The answer to that, you can tell it's a struggling issue, right? And we have struggled to work it out, right? We don't have a problem with wanting to explore it further. The very narrow issue before you today is, was native vegetation as defined in the code today, removed? That's the question. The question gets muddied up in, well, can goats eat native vegetation, right? All of those things could and perhaps should be explored further. I think maybe Rob Roy wrote a letter that's saying perhaps we didn't look at this issue in depth enough for the cattle industry in 2008 and in 2010. A lot of that was done towards row crops. So here we all are again today in 2012 researching the issue again. But the very narrow issue before one of you is, was native vegetation removed? Native vegetation as it's defined in the code, right? Over 1,000 square feet. We're also not saying that you can't graze your cattle. You can graze your cattle in 99% of the county, right? But in this little area, in the area of the SRP, you can still graze your cattle, but you need a planned development permit to do it. So that's the whole crux to the conversation. And so, I know everybody wants their time to talk, but I don't want the essence of what you're here for today to get lost in that. Was native vegetation removed? That violation was issued by our Code Compliance Division. It was sent to me to review the ordinance and look at it. I did try to work with Rich Atmore, who we worked with very well for the last 8 months, to try to come to a resolution on this. But the plain reading of the word is what both this Planning Commission recommended that the board adopted. Now, we revisited this issue in 2010 in depth. And we did not have the environmental review to say that removal of native vegetation for the purpose of this, we didn't have the EIR, we didn't have the document to support that. We couldn't loosen the SRP standards because the issue came up at the time. So I think it's clear today its time has come to study it. But we need to be careful about ratcheting down our discussion today about this one violation case and was it removed or not.
Well, I wanted to get to whether it was removed or not with looking at the before and after pictures, and it looked to me that there was a bunch of non-native vegetation, then that there clearly that land had been grazed before.
And are you making that determination based on those aerial photographs?
Just looking at those aerial photographs, that's my impression so far.
Then I think what we should do is we should finish the presentation and then give the appellants their time to do it, and then you can make a determination based on that. I think it would be very hard to tell from aerial photographs what's actually on the ground.
But Commissioner Adukas, in addition to that, we have our staff biologist here who was one of the persons who visited the site following the violation. And in fact, the arborist report that was submitted by Mr. Atmore also acknowledges that coastal sage scrub and chaparral were removed.
I have one question before we leave that topic.
Mm-hmm.
You talk about targeted grazing using goats. The area we're talking about that's obviously in question here, would you need a permit to graze those goats out there to eliminate the native vegetation that's there? That apparently was there before the clearing occurred?
I think it's all a matter of discussion, right? If you're going to have goats grazing in grazing land, right, in agriculturally zoned land, I don't see an issue with that. If you were going to pen up 1,000 goats, right, for the purpose of eliminating native vegetation in the SRP, that would be a different story. Right, so it depends on the circumstances of the case. In no means are we trying to eliminate the ability to graze in the county. Just the ability in the scenic resource protection, if you were going to do that in there, you would apply for the permit and you would tell us about what it is, what were your objectives for that, and we would make sure that, that there weren't going to be any visual problems, that, that we would look at the biological issues if there were any, and we would discuss where that would happen at, right? That's a subjective question. We would have to take a look at that particular circumstance.
So using goats to eliminate the overgrowth that's preventing grazing to occur on that particular area is still not appropriate then, if it eliminates the native vegetation. Is that what you're saying?
No, I wouldn't say it's
As-
not
as a matter of
appropriate.
clearing-
I would say it would, depending upon the end use or the end game, what is the purpose of that? If it's just for grazing your goats, absolutely. If the purpose is to remove vegetation for a subsequent building site to get out of, a restriction, that's not. That's why you apply for the permit in the SRP, for an additional level of review, not that you're not going to be able to graze your cattle there or your goats there. It simply requires a permit.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, the second part of that exemption is that the site must be abandoned for 5 years or less. And that definition of abandonment comes from the Army Corps of Engineers definition. It means no cropping, no management or maintenance for 5 consecutive years. So no crops on the site or no maintenance, no vegetation management to preserve those crops. So to evaluate this particular exemption, we actually looked at the last 10 years of aerial photographs of the site. So here's a site in 2002, and you can see that there has been some brush clearance on portions of the site in 2002. Other portions remain covered with native vegetation. And then over the next few years, on some of those cleared areas, vegetation begins to return. This is the point in 2006 that's 5 years prior to the date of the vegetation removal. So this is what the site looked like 5 years prior. And then, as you can see, on the bulk of the site, we're not seeing any management or maintenance or cropping activities over the subsequent years. And here's the year right before, and then this year after the vegetation removal, this is what the site looks like. Do you want me to go through that series again from maybe 2006 on? Okay. All right, so based on this, the special exemption specifically for vegetation removal on previously cultivated agricultural areas that have been abandoned does not apply because we're not seeing evidence of previous cultivation on the bulk of the site. We're not seeing evidence of cropping, of management, or maintenance within the last 5 years to meet that definition of abandoned within 5 years or less. So to summarize all of this appeal issue, based on our review of all of the special exemptions related to agriculture, none of those exemptions apply, and this ground of appeal fails. Moving on to the second appeal issue, which is more straightforward. The appellant argues that the native vegetation removal should fall under the SRP overlay zone's general exemption for activities that are not visible from the regional road network. And they point out that Sulphur Mountain Road is a trail. It's not part of the regional road network, so the vegetation removal should be exempt. However, the general exemption applies explicitly only to grading or to structures. Vegetation removal is not included in this exemption. So the general exemption does not apply in this case. And this ground of appeal fails.
Excuse me, Katie.
Yes.
Is Sulphur Mountain Road not part of the county's?
Right, no, it's a private road.
Pardon me?
It's a private road.
It's a private road. It's not open to the public?
Oh. Maybe portions of it are private and county, I'm not sure. My understanding is that at least the portion on this property is a private road.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you'll refrain from commenting, you'll have an opportunity to speak.
Maybe later on we can get a clarification
I
on
know,
that.
if someone has more familiarity with that exact issue. Yeah. No? Okay.
We'll get a clarification
Well,
on that.
okay,
Thank you.
we'll clarify that specifically. But again, the general exemption applies only to grading or structures regardless. Vegetation removal isn't included in that exemption. The final issue of...
Excuse me, ma'am, I have a question.
Yes.
Obviously, Mr. Atmore was originally cited for a grading ordinance violation, and that was rescinded.
Right.
Could you go back to the last picture?
Right.
Now, obviously, the vegetation was removed, and there obviously had to be some grading, although it didn't arise to the level of a grading ordinance violation. Is there some degree of grading involved here? It would appear to me to be so.
I believe that what we saw was, like you said, some level of grading, but it didn't rise to the level of violation of our ordinance regulations. So we did rescind that piece of the original violation.
Okay.
Chair Onstadt, just as a point of clarification, I wanted to let you know that Mr. Atmore is the consultant for Sulphur Mountain Land and Livestock Company, so he did not receive any citations.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Well, I apologize to Mr. Atmore. Your record is clear.
Okay, finally, the appellant argues that there were no violations of our tree protection regulations because protected trees, as well as even some of the smaller trees on the site, were preserved in place, and that brush management in general does help protect all trees from wildfire. However, as I mentioned, a tree permit is required for alteration of any protected tree, and alteration does include most activities within that protected zone of the tree. And as we've demonstrated, protected trees were altered by this definition at the subject site, and so this ground of appeal fails. We have received, as you see, a number of emails and letters regarding this item. I'm going to go over a couple of the key comments, and then if we want to discuss them further now or at the end of the public testimony, that would be fine. We did present this item to the Agricultural Policy Advisory Committee last week at its August 8th meeting. And subsequent to that meeting, we did receive a letter from APAC suggesting that the vegetation removal was consistent with standard agricultural operations, as well as the California Right to Farm Act, and similar right to farm regulations that we have in our own zoning ordinance. And because of this, the violation should be dismissed. And we did distribute that response letter to APAC to you. That, I believe, is Exhibit 13. As APEC says, the vegetation removal was consistent with standard agricultural operations, and we would agree that vegetation removal is a standard component of rangeland management. However, as we've said, within the SRP overlay zone, the regulations require a permit for native vegetation removal over 1,000 square feet unless removal is exempt, and as we've discussed, none of the permit exemptions apply at this particular site. APAC has also pointed out that the vegetation removal was consistent with the California Right to Farm Act and the similar regulations, the Right to Farm regulations within our own ordinance. The Right to Farm Act prevents agricultural operations from being classified as what's called a nuisance. And the term nuisance has a very specific meaning. In this context, it's defined in the California Civil Code as anything that injures health, is indecent or offensive to the senses, or obstructs the free use of property. And I want to clarify that the notice of violation does not call any of the activities that took place at the site a nuisance by this definition. Instead, the violation is related to violations of our SRP overlay zone regulations that don't involve the Right to Farm Act or the issue of nuisance. At the presentation at the APAC meeting, the appellant also pointed out that the map of the SRP overlay zone on our website doesn't include the subject site, and I wanted to also clarify that the appellant referred to the scenic resources map, which is in our general plan, but doesn't include all of the properties that are within the SRP overlay zone. However, the property zoning is available on our website. We have an online tool called What's My Zoning, and if you enter in the parcel number, this is the map that appears, and you can see that it shows the SRP overlay zone on the subject parcel. We also received letters from the Farm Bureau of Ventura County and the Ventura County Agricultural Association. They also stated that the native vegetation that was removed at the site was a crop, and that removing native vegetation on grazing lands is really no different than cultivating an existing field. And because of this, the exemptions to the permit regulations apply, and the violations should be dismissed. As we've already covered, native vegetation that was removed at the site does not meet the definition of crop as used in this context. Instead, the vegetation removed from the property is defined as native vegetation in our ordinance. And we would see the vegetation removal as different from cultivating an existing field, and we would instead view it as an expansion of an agricultural area. As we discussed a bit, in 2010, there was an update to SRP overlay zone regulations, and your commission and the board did consider adding a permit exemption for native vegetation removal to expand agriculture. And if you recall that the commission and the board of supervisors chose not to pursue those additional exemptions, in part because an EIR document would be required to include that additional exemption in our ordinance. Finally, based on Planning Division's review of the grounds of appeal and the public comment that we received to date, we continue to recommend that the appeal should be denied. We also want to point out that expanding the meaning of agricultural crop or of cultivated agricultural area has legislative implications beyond this particular site. At least 90% of the SRP overlay zone is native vegetation. The bulk of the remainder is actually water. So exempting the removal of native vegetation from discretionary permit requirements could lead to significant impacts. Finally, our recommended actions are that your commission certify your review and consideration of this item, that you deny the appeal, and uphold the violation, and specify that the clerk be the custodian of the record.
Mr. Hook, would you come forward? He has some information regarding
The SRP overlay and whether or not that road is public-private, or, go ahead, sir.
All right.
I'm sorry, he has to go back to work, and we're taking him out of order. Go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Wright asked me if I would come up and tell you a little bit about the status of Sulphur Mountain Road. I'm the Deputy Director of the Transportation Department, and I'm responsible for design and construction of county roads. And some issues have come up within the last year or two that caused me to do some research, so I'll tell you what I know. Sulphur Mountain Road is, in fact, easement owned by the county that allows non-vehicular traffic, that is pedestrians, bicyclists, horses, so forth, to use the road between a gate at the top of the mountain and the bottom of the mountain. There's about a 10-mile stretch, or maybe it's 11 miles between those two gates that the county still owns. And the only people who are allowed to use motorized vehicles on Sulphur Mountain Road are people that actually own property adjacent to the road, so that that's their access or safety, which would be fire and sheriff, for instance. There was a public hearing held, seems like it was around 1992, where it was discussed whether the county should continue. Up until that time, the county owned the road and maintained it. It was used for vehicular traffic, and as a result of that public hearing, the county gave up or closed the road to public traffic in motorized vehicles, but kept the road for that 10-mile segment from the top of the road to the top of the mountain to the bottom of the mountain, just for limited use. A trail easement is what it is today.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Do we have a photograph of from the trail to the property in question?
Do you remember if you took that picture? Possibly. Here. One of these pictures? Ah, sure. Apparently we do. Here.
That's the one that you can see, the view that you see from Sulphur Mountain Road.
Where is Sulphur Mountain Road in relationship to this?
It's almost as if you're standing on the edge of Sulphur Mountain Road.
Can you show me on the map?
Yes. Right here. So if you're standing right here, you're looking up at this area. You're standing on Sulphur Mountain Road, looking up at that area.
Thank you. Is that the only one? There were three areas in question. Is that the only place from Sulphur Mountain Road that you can see the property that was?
Yes. Let's see if we can get to a map. Here we go. So,
Yeah, I would say that you can definitely see this area because it's right along the road. You might be able to see the top of this hill, but because of the oak woodlands along the road here, you can't see beyond the oak woodlands.
And so the trail is at the top, if you called that a ridge line? Where does the ridge line run?
The ridge, there's a peak here, and then a peak up here. So when you're walking on this road, you're level with this area, but then you're looking up at this peak. So that's where I was pointing out in that photograph. You would be standing right here, looking up at this hillside here.
Okay, so is there any other area along that trail where you can see the other 3 sections that have been?
I'm honestly not sure. Mostly we drove up there and I viewed the property to see whether native vegetation had actually been removed. So I'm not sure if you can see it from other locations on the road.
But that area of the trail is hilly, right? And so the hill prevents your view on the other side of the hill.
This trail is not the highest point in this area. The highest point is here and here and here. So a lot of these clearings took place on the highest points. But when you're on the trail, you can look up and see these points that are cleared.
What about the other 2?
These 2, I'm not certain. I think you might be able to see this one, but as you can see, there's a lot of oak woodland right here.
And how
that
much?
may prevent.
And what is the area of just the one that you can see that's immediately adjacent to the trail? How large an area is that?
I don't know, Katie, how large.
No, the whole amount of vegetation clearance is about 15 acres. So, I mean, to me, that I just have to estimate it looks like maybe roughly half. That's just
that quarter.
on the
That
photograph.
quarter is half. I'm sorry. The portion.
Maybe I'm not clear which portion you're referring to.
I'm referring to the portion that's actually visible because this is a scenic.
Right. And the area is actually designated as a scenic ridgeline, not because this particular area is visible from the trail, but because the ridgeline is a scenic ridgeline. That's why it's within this overlay zone.
And so that one portion that you can see that you pointed out that was directly this area is approximately how large?
So I would the whole thing is 15 acres, so you're right, that probably is a quarter of it.
Okay.
So
Okay, thank you.
that's my guess.
Was there something else you wanted to add about it?
I'm sorry, I didn't introduce myself. I'm Christina Danko. I'm the staff biologist in the planning division, and I was thinking to walk you through a little bit the aerial imagery and what I can see of the native vegetation in the imagery.
That would
It's
be
somewhat hard to
helpful.
see in here because of the lights, I think. I don't know if it would be helpful to turn off some of the lights to see the imagery better.
That'd be helpful.
Okay, I don't know how to turn off the lights.
Who knows how to turn off the lights?
While we're talking and thinking about how to turn down the lights, can this,
I'll go back to the pre-clearance
I
photo.
have a specific question. Can
Okay.
you see this from the lake?
What's that?
Can you see this
Do you know the answer to that?
I
15
don't know the
acres from
answer.
the lake?
I know that you can see the lake very clearly from these
No.
cleared areas, but
Opposite.
I don't know the other way around.
Can it be seen from the Ojai area plan? Whatever that envisions to be, the boundaries, do you know that it can or can't?
I don't know for certain, but I imagine that this area was mapped as the SRP because it is within view of the Ojai Valley Area Plan.
Does anyone know whether this is visible from the Ojai area plan?
I don't know if we have the knowledge whether it's visible, because for our particular case, it wasn't relevant, that it was visual from Lake Casitas. Our particular case was the removal of native vegetation, not whether you could see the removal from Lake Casitas. We didn't make that point.
But I think the issue was, one of the issues, the threshold issue, is it in the SRP, and I thought that was a criteria.
Oh, it's
View from the lake, view from public roads, and I didn't realize from the Ojai area plan. So my question, I'm just trying to make sure that it is in the SRP.
It's absolutely in the SRP. The SRP is mapped, right? So we're clear that it's in the mapped SRP. The fact of whether or not you could see this removal or whether or not you could see a subsequent building that was built on it from the lake, we would review that as part of the plan development permit. That's why we asked for the permit. But I don't know if we've have the knowledge or went down to the lake to look at it, because for our particular issue, it wasn't relevant.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
You need us to go back to your previous.
Which one do you
I was going to go 2002 to
Oh,
2011.
okay. Let's see. Those are, I'll go back to those ones. Oh, yeah, just go back.
Okay.
However far you want to go.
So I'll just take you back starting in 2002. You can see that there are some cleared areas here on the property. There are trails or roads through the property that were cleared. And as you progress through time, the vegetation does start to grow back. And especially here, you can see between 2006 and 2007, just keep your eye on that area right there. In 2006, you can still see that there's some difference in the texture of the vegetation between here and the surrounding vegetation. In 2007, you can see that the texture changes and the color. And the color in this area is gray and somewhat textured, similar to the coastal sage scrub that occurs adjacent to those areas. 2008 and then 2009, these images were taken in the winter. And so there was, a lot more moisture. So you can see along the areas that still don't really have coastal sage scrub growing back, because you can see the green flush of grass growing. But you can see these other areas are more of a gray color and a textured color, similar to the adjacent vegetation, and that's coastal sage scrub. You can see that even growing back more before it's then cleared. And I wanted to show that one photo of the area looking, that's still intact, that's still been maintained on the property. Is that just
back the other way?
Back the other way. Oh, that's at the end. Oh, this one. Yeah. So this photograph you asked about, I'm going to have to take you back again to the aerial image, but this is, you can see where this is on the aerial imagery, this coastal sage scrub. I'll just point it out here. It's, we were standing here looking in this direction, so it's the coastal sage scrub over here that's still intact today. And as you can see, that this area looks very similar to a lot of these other areas on the property. So just taking you back to 2011, before the vegetation was cleared, this is the area of that photograph I just showed you. And it looks very similar to all of these areas that have this sort of gray textured look. And that's the coastal sage scrub dominated by California sagebrush. So
your background is a biologist.
yes.
And in your experience as a biologist, do you see a difference between lands that have been grazed on by cattle and lands that have the coastal sage scrub community set of plants?
I would say that really depends. Of course, it depends on the number of cattle on the site. And, if there are just a few cattle scattered, you might see some cattle trails, but the coastal sage scrub won't be completely changed over to grassland. But when there are more cattle, that does happen. The coastal sage scrub changes over to grassland. And as part of ranching, removal of that coastal sage scrub to promote grasses for the cows, that's what's done, and that's what you see when you see the land converted to rangeland. And
So in your opinion as a biologist, could you tell whether or not this land had been grazed in the past?
I do not see a lot of cattle trails on this property. I'm not certain whether or not there were a few cows, but typically when there are a lot of cattle, you can see their trails back and forth, especially on the hillsides. Like in this area, this is pretty steep. And you can usually see, their trails going back and forth as they try to stay on the hillside. Especially what was clear to me was the piles of the vegetation that were removed. They were clearly mature sage scrub, chaparral shrubs that were removed.
And how long does it take for that plant community to establish itself? I mean, do you think that's 15 years of growth, 5 years?
That's a good question. I think it all depends on the location. And actually, when we were updated the SRP ordinance the last time, that 5-year time frame came about because we were trying to identify a reasonable amount of time for when a farmer abandons a field and vegetation may grow back. And we wanted the farmer to be able to go back and replant a few years later. And so we looked into, how much time does it take for native vegetation to grow back? And, that depends on whether it's in a stream corridor where you've got water flow year-round, and of course vegetation is going to grow back a lot sooner. In the SRP, we're talking about ridge lines, dry areas, coastal sage scrub and chaparral. It does take longer for it to grow back. And we ended up selecting the 5 years because the Army Corps of Engineers uses that for abandoned farmland when they define wetlands and what's regulated under the Clean Water Act. But also, when I was asked that question, how long does it take for vegetation to grow back, I put that question out to some of the experts that I work with, local experts in native plants, and they all seem to agree that 5 years was a reasonable amount of time. After 5 years, you start to see more mature vegetation. And I think I don't know if you noticed, from 2002 to 2011, it was about 2007 when that 2002 clearing started to show a change back to coastal sage scrub.
I see. So I wanted to ask you one more thing. Is the coastal sage scrub plant community a protected plant community with the Fish and Game or Fish and Wildlife?
Actually, yes. The Venturan coastal sage scrub is considered a sensitive plant community by the Department of Fish and Game. And actually, in Ventura County, we started seeing a comeback of the threatened California gnatcatcher, and they inhabit the coastal sage scrub. Now, we've seen more occurrences in the eastern part of the county. We haven't seen any in this western part of the county. But the Fish and Wildlife Service, United States Fish and Wildlife Service, has notified us that we need to be careful when we're reviewing projects in coastal sage scrub because of the California gnatcatcher.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Lights, please.
You don't enjoy being in the dark?
No more than you.
That was the end of my presentation, unless you had other questions. I know the appellant also has a presentation for you.
Mr. Chair, I've got a question when we have staff here. In a letter to Rich Atmore from the Planning Department, it says, in order to resolve the violation, you will need to process and obtain 2 discretionary permits, et cetera, et cetera. So had that happened in the first place, what would a permit look like? I mean, what would the appellant been able to do up there? Anything?
That would depend on the nature of the permit conditions specifically, but the brush removal could be allowed with a planned development permit, and the tree protection, the brush removal could be allowed with a planned development permit.
Native brush?
Right.
It's easier to understand you if you slow it down and not speak so quickly. Thank you. Could you repeat what you just said so that we can actually hear you?
Sure. The brush removal would be allowed with a planned development permit.
And what kind of conditions could or would likely be present in such a permit?
So, that's also subjective. It depends on what they want to do, right? So if they would come in and they would say, we want to remove this for, in certain areas, at that point, we would make sure that it's not visible from the lake. We would send a biologist out there, the same as every discretionary permit for an initial biological assessment. We would try to get them to stay out of the areas that perhaps had more sensitive resources than others, and then you could mitigate if something was necessary, if there was something out there. But those are all very case specific, right? There's a process to apply for a planned development permit and a process to review that's already outlined in the code. So it's a permit to apply for, and people do that.
Thank you.
So I'm hearing there's some wiggle room there in a negotiation or whatever, but it would be limited in some way, I suppose.
That is true. We would take a look at it, and we did have several meetings, both Chris Stevens and I, with Mr. Atmore to try to, talk to him about this process, what would be involved, and walk through it. But their day here is to saying they feel like the exemption applies to them, so he didn't need to go there. So, but I think that if it came to the fact that they would be applying for a PD permit, we would still be more than happy to work with them on what that would entail.
And speculating a little bit, if there were a planned development permit for this kind of property, there would have to be an environmental review and perhaps a bird survey or some other kind of environmental review?
That's true, and that's all done at the very initial stages through the initial biological assessment to saying, is there anything out there or not? Maybe there's nothing out there, right? Maybe there's a gnatcatcher issue out there. We don't know the answer to that, but that's all done at the very initial stages.
It also stated that discretionary permits are subject to CEQA. So how would that work? Once county and the appellant in this case come to some idea or compromise or whatever it might be, then it goes to another entity for a final review? Or does it stay in the county?
It stays in the county,
Okay.
right? It just goes through the same discretionary track. It's a it's a PD permit. It's probably a planning director approved plan development permit. Is that what it is, Winston? Yeah. So it goes through the same process that hundreds of permits go through.
But then, along with that, approaching Fish and Game or Fish and Wildlife would also need to occur if this kind of thing went forward?
I'd have to defer to our biologist on that.
We usually just consult with them as experts to get their input, but unless there was an issue that was under their jurisdiction, for instance, threatened or endangered species listed under the state or federal Endangered Species Act, or wetlands, there are no wetlands on this site where they cleared. So it would just be if any endangered or threatened species were found.
In the county, though, we have kind of like a mapping system and an inventory of areas that have been identified. as sensitive or threatened or protected or whatever?
To some extent, we would consult the California Natural Diversity Database to look for whether occurrences of special status species were recorded in the area. But if no surveys have been conducted on this property before, then we don't know what's there until a biologist conducts a survey.
So prior to the SRP overlay zone being put on these lands, there was no survey of these particular lands?
I'm not sure exactly when the SRP came about in this area, but if you step outside that boundary, the SRP boundary, you can remove native vegetation without a discretionary permit, and therefore we would not review the environmental impacts. So we would not do a survey. Is that clear?
I just remember getting something from the county before that was this cool booklet that basically told you where the wetlands were, where riparian habitat was, where these different natural areas, these resources
We do have a fabulous map of wetlands. It's from the National Wetlands Inventory. That was based on aerial imagery and other types of sources, not so much on the ground conducting surveys, because on these private properties, no one had access to them. So it's based on aerial imagery. So we do have a good map of wetlands, but of other things like if the California gnatcatcher or some other listed threatened or endangered species showed up, we wouldn't know, unless we did a survey. So when a project is discretionary and we have to review it for environmental impacts under CEQA, we do require a biological survey to find out what the resources are on that site so that we can evaluate the potential impacts.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
I just have one more, and it's going to the second appeal item listed in our booklet as non-permitted excavation within a drip line, et cetera, of a protected tree. The word excavation is used there, but it's fairly clear to me, at least definitionally, that there's been no excavation as such, or we would have had a grading ordinance violation, I assume. And then it says, then we get, it's really not excavation, but it's alteration within that drip line or under those trees. And I don't think there's any question that no trees were removed. And I'm trying to figure out, looking at this, what alteration means and what damage, in fact, has been done to these protected trees. Because when you talk,
let me see
there's
if I
a
can get back
definition.
to the definition of.
Excuse me, ma'am, I'm not finished.
Oh, sorry.
There's a definition. We get down to altered. Zones of several protected trees are altered. And then we get a definition of altered in the non-coastal zoning ordinance, which says to prune, cut, trim, damage, or invade the protected zone. And I'm trying to understand what damage was done to these protected trees. Is it enough that the brush or thistle or whatever was cleared from under these trees? Well, is there actual damage done to the tree? And if so, what is the damage of the several trees?
So what we're looking at is just that definition of alter, and as you pointed out, it is fairly broad, and it includes this term damage. It includes placing heavy machinery in that protected zone, so that occurred, and the removal of the vegetation, and so that's really the definition that we're looking at when we're talking about alter. And as I understand it, the roots of some of these protected trees do occur fairly close to the surface, so that's why we have this broad definition of alter, because you can actually damage that root system fairly easily.
Thank you.
Katie, can you go to the last, next to the last slide?
I can. This one or the next?
Yeah, I think it's that one. Why don't you explain that sentence? What does that mean?
Sure. What our discussion of
Expanding the
expanding
meaning
the
of
meaning.
agricultural crop.
So, for instance, if we expanded that meaning of crop to include native vegetation, that could have a significant impact because much of the vegetation within the SRP overlay zone is, in fact, native vegetation. It does.
Thank you very much. And now it's time we're going to call for disclosures
On the part of the commissioners, at this time I'd like to ask each planning commissioner to state on the record whether or not he or she has received any oral or written ex parte communication regarding this agenda item that is not already contained in the record before us on this matter. Please disclose the substance of that information only if that information is not contained in the record before us on this matter. Commissioner Rodriguez.
I have no disclosure.
No disclosures.
The only disclosure I have is I have family that are ranchers.
No disclosures.
I received communication from CoLab, which is basically a notice to its members. I received a notice from CoLab, which is basically a disclosure to its members about the hearing today. Nothing in it raises any new issues at all, and this was distributed to all CoLab members. I have it here, and I'll include it in the record. Okay. Okay, we'd like a presentation by the applicant. Appellant, excuse me. Please state your name and address for the record.
Good morning to the Commission. My name is Michael Case. I'm an attorney at Ferguson, Case, or Patterson, LLP in Ventura. Our address is 1050 South Kimball Road, Ventura, California. I represent the applicant and the appellant, I suppose, Sulphur Mountain Land and Livestock Company. Good morning. As I was listening to the presentation, it reminded me of our difficulties in preparing our response, because that's in effect what it is in connection with this appeal. And in general, our problem is, as we read the allegations, we see over a period of time, which you have not yet, they've changed. And as we see over a period of time, new definitions are being offered for terms that we haven't heard before. And in fact, the nature of the allegations have changed. We've done our best to try to put together a presentation to respond to that. I think the key, in part, however, unless I misheard it, is that one of the comments that the county's presentation is it's their view that if you're going to graze cattle in the SRP, you've got to have a discretionary permit, because that's in effect apparently where they're going, and that's actually what she said, because as you're going to hear, raising cattle is, in real life, much different than maybe some city people think that it is. And to help you in that regard, we're going to have some witnesses on that. When you first see a case like this, we think about headlines we've seen in the newspapers before about people doing outrageous things. And if one's not careful, you start to think of those cases rather than what this case is. This is not a case in which oak or other protected trees have been removed, down, or failed. The county has not alleged at any time that that occurred, even though there are a lot of trees in that area. This is not a case in which they've come to you and said, look at the broken limbs, because there are none. This is not a case in which they've said, look at this open trench. This is not a case in which they've said they have parked heavy equipment under trees for a protracted period of time, which the section does talk about, because it hasn't occurred. This is not a case in which there's even an allegation that the property is any worse off than when it started, because, as you're going to hear, it's in fact better off. This is not a case in which there's any colorable claim that the viewshed itself has been mistreated or affected. The property cannot be seen from the lakes in question and cannot be seen from the designated roads that are part of the SRP relationship. You can see a small part from Sulphur Mountain Road or Trail, whatever you want to call it, going through there, but that's if you're a private party walking through. Or, in this case, if you're a trespasser who decides to notify the county that there's something going on that you don't think makes sense. And this is not a case, despite an incorrect observation in the staff report, in which we have agreed that any trees were, quote, altered, end of quote. And I ask you to think back and listen to what you heard in the presentation. There wasn't a list of, here are the trees that were damaged, here's what they did to them, here's all the harms that they did. None of that is there. It's more an example of they got started on a case and had to figure out what to do with it. And as they described it in their opening presentation, they were struggling the whole way to try and figure out what to do with it. Even going to the dictionary to try to find definition of crops, which, as we will talk about, you can find right inside the ordinance that covered this situation. So we're going to talk about those things. To do that, I would like to say I thought it noticeable that your packet did not include the notice of violation in this case. If it had, you would see that it didn't say that there was any violation for having removed more than 1,000 feet of native vegetation, because that was not what the notice of violation claimed. It claimed that there was a grading permit problem, and it claimed that there was a problem of alterations under trees without a permit. And if anybody wants it, I assume staff has it, we have copies of the original notice of violation. So if we were to measure the notice of violation against the claim that they're not talking about, it's not there. This has, as this case has grown along the way with the county constantly trying to refine, redefine, and come up with reasons to explain their initial reactions. Because their original reaction was this was unlawful grading. That's what really what the notice of violation was about. And then the county had to come back and say, no, there wasn't any wrongful grading. We're going to talk about that. And despite the fact that they haven't taken the trouble to see whether this property can be seen from the locations designated in the SRA, we have, and it can't be seen. You would think if they really cared about the purposes of this provision and what it's to do, they would take those efforts. And then we'll also talk about a letter from the director of the department, which dated November 17, in which the county admits that trimming back the natural vegetation is not a violation. It's the violation of removing or destroying native vegetation down to mineral soil that's the problem here. And we'll come back to that letter and talk about it. She says if we just would have trimmed it all down to ground level, that is, in effect removed it all, that in fact that would not be a violation. But the violation is we bladed it. We're going to explain to you why we bladed it and why that's what a rancher customarily and ordinarily does. So, and I also mentioned to you that today they've talked about the appellant has excavated under the trees. If you were to stroll back through the notice of violations, there was actually an intended notice of violation. There was a subsequent notice of violation. There were many letters. This hearing is the first time anybody's accused the appellant of excavating, whatever that means. Before, they only used the term altering, a term which, even by their own standards, they can't define as to what that means. It's unclear, if you take the multiple allegations in this case, whether the problem is we simply did not get a permit, actually 2 permits, or whether or not we've actually committed violations by damaging anything or hurting anything or causing any environmental consequence. I know that the county has talked about the issue of, well, all they have to do is apply for a permit. We're going to talk about that issue too. You're a farmer. You're a rancher. You're conducting your agricultural operations. According to the county, anytime you want to clean out shrubbery, which ranchers have been doing for at least 200 years, you've got to go to the county. You've got to ask for a permit. You've got to let them map the area out. You've got to go through a CEQA study. You've got to pay thousands of dollars in a market in which most ranchers can't make it. They can't live. Does that make sense in an economy like Ventura's, an agricultural economy, in which we're all suffering? Do we want to impose that kind of obligation? And our view is when you read the statute or the ordinance, you don't have to. It's not necessary to. But that is, again, the county position. Our position is that what they did was exempt. Everything that it did was usual and customary. There's nothing special about what this rancher did as opposed to any other rancher. We contend that the county does not understand that because it does not understand agriculture and the cattle industry in specific. We contend that if this violation were to go forward and be found proper, that it will cause substantial damage to the cattle industry. As one of the letters you received from the Cattlemen's Association said, this could be the death knell of what ranchers have to do. So for those reasons, we're going to take a little time to walk you through this because this is important. As the appellant has pointed out, and despite your complaints about the stack of paper, I did have one more thing I forgot to hand out, which I will hand out to you. I apologize. It's a letter from the applicant. And he points out that just fighting this hearing is costing him more than 3 to 4, maybe 5 years of his income from this property. And you have to ask yourself, why would he do it? Why would he put that kind of money into this? Well, your other choice is you could spend all the money on the permits and things and go through all that and wait till the end until it's finally issued. And we know the county is lightning fast in making these kind of determinations, particularly in these harsh economic times. And that's not blaming it on the county. They have a lot of work to do. And by the way, so you don't misunderstand, I think our county employees are hardworking. I think they're trying to do their best job, but I just think they've lost sight of where they're going in this particular case. So it's not intended to be personal. And I ask you also to remember, and Mr. Atmore is going to talk about it, we're going to show you some more maps going back 50 years. This was pasture. It has been pasture. If you look at the aerials, it's continued to be pasture, and that's what it is today. And we'll show you some pictures of it. There's been no change. This is just the continued ranching that's been the backbone of this county for many, many years. In fact, think about it one reason more. We all enjoy this scenic overlay, which they call the mosaic of looking up there and see brush and seeing opening. We think that's terrific. Well, for the owners of that property, there is nothing else you can do on that property other than spend money or raise cattle, and some would say spending money and raising cattle are the same thing. So what they're doing is what has brought you that viewshed. What they're doing has made this possible. In order to explain that to you, we're going to bring on people who are much more conversant with this than myself. We're going to begin with Richard Atmore. Richard Atmore is not a neophyte in this area. He's the president of RA Cattle Company, past president of the Ventura County Cattlemen Association, and current president of the Central Ventura County Fire Safe Council. In 1988, Rich was appointed by the Ventura County Board of Supervisors to serve on the Ventura County Watershed Fire Council. Rich is a recipient of the United States Department of Agriculture's Conservation Stewardship Award and the Ventura County Resource Conservation District's Award for Excellence in Agricultural and Sustainability. Rich has been featured in Range Magazine, South Coast Farm and Ranch Magazine, and the book titled Living Legacy, highlighting his holistic rangeland management practices. And if you ever read the Ventura County Star, you see at least every year there's an article about Rich and his farming, touting his value of being a steward of property. We're also going to hear from David Chatfield. He's a lawyer. He's done some investigation on some issues, administrative issues, that are important for us to get into the record, and I appreciate that we have to create a record, so I apologize for length, but that's my job as counsel, I believe. We're going to hear from Bob Pinkerton, well-known farmer and chairman of Ventura County's Agricultural Policy Advisory Committee. There's already been an allusion to a hearing that group held, and we think it important that the committee appointed to advise the Board of Supervisors and the Agricultural Commissioner has sided with us in this case, decidedly. We're going to hear from Bob Roper, retired county fire chief, because in fact, as we'll discuss with you, this is an area the county has wanted to burn for a number of years. And we resisted it for the simple and easy reason that there's an unclarity as to whether or not, if you're the owner of the property and the fire gets out of control, whether you're personally liable for it or not. But in fact, as in our documents in there, this brush is something even the county itself said should be gotten rid of. During those presentations, we're also going to show you that despite what the county has said, that the county itself taxes this property as grazing property under the Williamson Land Act. The taxes are based on the fact that they're running cattle there, so this is not a secret to the county at all. We're going to hear from Len Jensen, Executive Director of CoLab, from Bud Sloan, former President of Ventura County Cattlemen's Association and a State Cattlemen's Association board member and member of Land Use Committee. We're going to hear from John Hecht from the Sespe Conservancy. He's principal there. And we've also presented to you written positions. One you've already seen from the Agricultural Policy Advisory Committee letter of August 8. We have a letter from John Christ, CEO of the Farm Bureau of Ventura County, dated August 10. Again, the Farm Bureau agrees with what occurred here. You've already received a letter from Rob Roy, President and General Counsel of the Ventura County Agricultural Association. We've also given to you, and you're going to hear more about, a presentation by Orrin Sage, PhD and Principal of Sage Associates, a California certified rangeland manager who we gave you his report of July 30. We have a letter from Len Jensen, CEO of CoLab, and we have two letters, one from the Ventura County Cattlemen's Association and one from the California State Cattlemen's Association. And it's a treat, actually, to be in a presentation where all your witnesses are people who are well-known, people who are well thought out, people who know what they're doing, and people who believe in what you're doing here today. I'd like to turn this over now to Rich to give you a better summary of the nuts and bolts of what it's like to be a cattleman. The letter, Mr. Chairman, how should I? All right. We have multiple copies.
Well, thank you, Mike. It's an honor to be standing here for you today, Commissioners. I want to thank you for listening to what we have to say, and I'm going to go over some things about grazing. You bet I will. I'm Rich Atmore, and I live at 2977 Sexton Canyon Road, Ventura, California, 93003. So I'd like to start off with, I'm Rich Atmore, and I'm a grass farmer. I'm not a developer who wears boots and rides a horse. I'm also a producer. I'm a beef producer, and I specialize in holistic rangeland management practices so that I can run an operation that not only benefits the cattle that I produce, but also the habitat that I've been inspired to provide stewardship over. Since 1979, I've provided stewardship over approximately 7,000 acres in the hillsides above Ventura. I had two mentors that I worked for that had a total of 104 years experience managing the habitat that I took over before I got there. And they were wonderful individuals that taught me one thing, that I will protect the habitat and provide stewardship over that land and do the best I can to leave it in better shape than when I got it. Sulphur Mountain Land and Livestock is my neighbor. I've been retained because of my knowledge in holistic management and the fact that I've dealt with the County of Ventura on numerous occasions, and in fact even helped on the non-development grading standards group for a year and a half, helping develop grading standards to go into ordinances so that ranching and farming could really be understood in these processes. It's really important these days that we get involved in that. So I have experience both with working with county staff. I've been in the cattle business. I also own an environmental consulting firm. We do habitat restoration. I have a team of biologists and GIS people on staff. So I kind of have a well-rounded knowledge of both habitat, cattle, and working with the county. And pretty much that's why I'm here today. So we're cattle ranchers, my neighbor and myself. We're an agricultural and we're a cultural resource. But very quickly we're becoming an endangered species. And that's something we need to work on. So Sulphur Mountain Land and Livestock and myself both run a cow-calf operation. And a cow-calf operation means that we keep a steady herd of cows, we breed them with our own bulls, and the product that we sell annually is those calves. We utilize a forage crop, which is grasses, native and naturalized plants, and we use those cows to produce a calf crop. And that's what we sell at market each year, between 500 and 700 pounds. We roll older cows out of the herd, replace them with the best replacement heifers. The cultivation of livestock on this land has gone on since the Spanish got here in 1780, and it's never left these ranches. As a matter of fact, both of our ranches are original Spanish land grants, and they've been in grazing ever since those days. We rotate cattle in from pasture to pasture. So they eat forage to sustain and reproduce so that they'll yield a calf crop. A planned development permit to do normal and customary rangeland management practices would be cost prohibitive. It would be out of the question to do something like that for us. To go through CEQA, look at potential mitigation, to have to do on-site or potentially off-site mitigation, give the county $7,500 so they could hand it out to all the different county agencies to see if the APCD had an issue with what went on, or if transportation had an issue what went on, if the Watershed Protection District had an issue what went on. We'd have to run the whole gamut, and each department would sit on their desk until they had time to scribble on it. Doesn't apply. So it could hold us up for months, maybe years, because now discretionary permits take up to 2 years. So, and so this permit could cost up to 20 grand. So I wondered about, and they're going through an initial study. I mean, we'd be looking at the gnat catcher and viewshed issues. And here we are today talking about a viewshed issue. Both Sulphur Mountain Land and Livestock and myself are good stewards of rangeland ecosystems that we've been entrusted with. We love the ranch, the plants, the wildlife, everything on it. There's nothing we wouldn't do to take care of it. Therefore, we do everything in our power to maintain and improve it for the next generation, for our kids. Because we're trying to teach our kids the same thing our predecessors taught us. Take care of it and leave it in better shape than when you got it. So therefore, long established, well, let's get into the issue. What happened on the ranch in August of 2011? What happened? I'll tell you what happened. A normal and customary established rangeland practice that happens every day on some rangeland in Ventura County. And we've been doing it for years, and I'm going to go over in my presentation with some photos and slides, and just to really let you know where we're at. Where do we get into the turning here? Oh, there we go. Perfect. Okay, so we know the problem. The problem is working with the people at planning. They're really nice people. They bent over backwards trying to listen to me. They were accommodating. Anytime I wanted a meeting, they invited me into the office. They offered to come up to my office. And they really did a great job. I think we cultivated a relationship. But that didn't mean that I dissed them. You know, I didn't till them or do anything like that. You know, we just worked together. And we're going to get into the definition of cultivation a little bit longer, because I think the county's definition of cultivation is only thinking of tillage. And there's hundreds of forms of agricultural cultivation. And we're going to go through those different types of cultivation in a little bit. I just think the main problem is that I couldn't get planning to believe that ranching is a true agricultural practice that deserves the listed agricultural exemptions or protections that are within the Scenic Resource Protection Zone. You know, just because cattle and beef don't look like avocados and citrus. So, this is the area of the ranch right here on Sulphur Mountain Land and Livestock. And this picture was taken in May 2012. This particular project site is about a 15-acre ranch. And I know you looked at a parcel earlier that planning had up there, but that was just one parcel of the ranch. And we really have to look at the ranch holistically. So if we say that was 15% of that parcel, we don't look at parcels on the ranch. There's no white lines out there in the brush saying this is one parcel and this is another parcel. It's a 2,000-acre ranch. And it's divided up into different pastures for holistic management so we can rotationally graze the animals. But when we're really looking at the practice that occurs on the ranch, we have to look at it holistically. In other words, the cattle are in this pasture now, they're in this pasture now, and in our particular grazing mode, we graze a pasture for 2 years and rest it for 1. We graze for 2 years and we rest it for 1. So with that, I'm going to get into the bulk of my presentation. So like I said, look what we have now. This is the exact same picture where you saw the disturbed dirt. And it's California rangeland. It's a mixture of native and non-native, annualized grasses, perennial and annual grasses, forbs, and if you look hard enough, you'll see a few pieces of brush that are starting to crown spout. It'll come back because coastal sage scrub is the dominant species. That's why we have to manage. And that's a cultivation practice in itself, to manage grasslands to protect it from invading brush. Because in this circumstances, the brush is not the agricultural crop. It's the weed coming into the agricultural crop, and it needs to be managed. And we can manage the brush through grazing after we reduce its size. Wrong direction. So you already know the background. It's Sulphur Mountain Land and Livestock. The activity happened up near Coach Canyon, which is up near Sulphur Mountain Road. And the practice was rangeland renovation to establish and improve grazing areas. The complaint came from a trespassing citizen who used a GIS equipment to trigger a notice of violation. And the client ended up with a notice of violation, and that's when he gave me a call. So the management site, the rangeland management site is part of a 2,000-acre cattle ranch. It's an original Spanish land grant. It's been in grazing for 200 years. It's never gone fallow. The cattle have never left. They might have been pulled out of particular pastures as part of the holistic management for a year here and there, but that ranch has always been in grazing. The management site is a historic working landscape. This is a cattle ranch. It looks like a cattle ranch because it is a cattle ranch. It is not a wilderness area. It is not designated as a wilderness area. It is designated as grazing land. Rangeland has to be managed in order to achieve proper balance between grasses and shrubs. You have a multitude of information in front of you that backs that up. And a forage crop, and I repeat, a forage crop, must be produced in order to produce livestock. Brush management is a customary and necessary rangeland management practice, and nothing proves it better than the fact that the United States Department of Agriculture, Natural Resource Conservation Service, has practiced 314, which is the management of woody species to promote the growth of grasses for cattle forage. There were trees in this area, but I want to tell you, I never saw anybody with a tractor be more careful and go around trees in my entire life. He went around trees that were 3/4 of an inch in circumference and carefully went around every single tree. We couldn't find a single tree that had been damaged or destroyed. And he really, I was just amazed. I think this guy could crack an egg with this tractor without breaking it. That's how good job he did. And all subject activities, beyond the shadow of a doubt, if you consider grazing agriculture, if you truly consider grazing agriculture, meet the exemptions that are listed within the Scenic Resource Protection Ordinance. So, the county's position is that non-permitted destruction or removal of 1,000 square feet of native vegetation in a scenic resource area. Please keep in mind that this is a scenic resource area. It's not a biological management area. So we should be looking at visual aesthetics and not at biological concerns. And the view shed provided by grazing enhances that view shed. When you drive up through Buellton or San Ynez and you see all those grassy pastures with the oak trees out in them, that's all created through management. None of that's natural. That's created through management. And in fact, they do more intensive management up there due to less constraints over the years, but that's why there's more oak woodlands. Because when you reduce competition from coastal sage scrub, you allow oak woodlands to regenerate. So the areas that are more managed, like this area has been managed in the past, that's why there's a higher density of oak trees in that area. Because they can't compete with the brush, but they love to live alongside the grasses and forbs. So in this picture, in this aerial photograph, you can see where the SRP is. And the ranch is big. This is just one small parcel. The ranch comes all the way down around, it's 2,000 acres. That area that was impacted, 15 acres, is less than 1% of the ranch in that particular area. And we manage in mosaics. We don't start and knock out one whole big chunk like this. We'll manage here this year, and we'll manage over here, because we're waiting for one of two things: a controlled burn or a wildfire. Because either we're going to get a controlled burn, or sooner or later a wildfire is going to come through and it's going to burn this place to the ground. But in between, we supplement, because if we don't, our seed banks for our grasses will disappear in the areas we don't manage. The picture they showed with the super thick brush, in another 10 years, those seed banks for those grasses will disappear. And if it does burn, all you'll end up with is weeds. So let's get into some of the ordinance itself real quick and those exemptions. There are 2 exemptions listed in section 8109 4.1.3, and there's 2 exemptions there. And you could really, 2 that apply to agriculture, and that's exemption 3 and exemption 4. So if you take a look at exemption 3, you'll note that it says regrading of existing or previously irrigated agricultural areas for agricultural purposes, so long as no new excavation or fill would exceed 5 feet in height. No fill more than 5 feet in height, but let's look at the first sentence. Regrading of existing or previously irrigated agriculture. Well, we had existing agriculture, so therefore I don't think it had to be previously irrigated. And as far as existing agriculture, those cattle had been there for 200 years. So why can't we look at exemption number 2 if we're trying to be agricultural? If we're trying to be anti-agricultural, we could probably come up with some other argument. But if we really put our agricultural glasses on, I really think that we could say that it's regrading of existing agricultural areas for agriculture. So exemption number 2 seems to me it would fit. Exemption number 3. But let's move on to exemption number 4, because that one really has the more meat and potatoes. Removal of an agricultural crop or vegetation on previously cultivated agricultural areas that have been abandoned for up to 5 years. Is this an agricultural crop? You bet it's an agricultural crop, because it's those grasses that are the crop. And even when the management practice took place in that particular area, you could see through those aerial photographs the county provided that the grass was broken. The brush was broken. And there was grass all in between it. But each year the brush encroaches more and encroaches more and encroaches more. And the cattle browse on the brush, but they never really eliminate it. And the brush is so dominant, it eventually wins. So if we don't get a wildfire, or we can't get a controlled burn, we have to do some kind of mechanical maintenance so that we can protect that seed bank. Because if we lose that seed bank, we not only lose the naturalized seeds, we lose the native seeds that are in that area too. So let's look into exemption number 4. Well, I explained all that to planning. I came in the office. I said, Steve, I can hammer this out. These are great people. We'll just go talk to them about ag so we can make them understand it better. And I sent a letter. You have a copy of that letter I sent. It's dated November 3rd, I believe. And I sent Kim a letter, and I outlined in the letter how and why we did our management practices and why it was a form of cultivation, and therefore we fit underneath the exemptions. And Kim writes me back, and yes, ma'am.
It seems like we skipped 4. Exemption 4. And the previous slide?
You know what? It's coming up on the next slide.
Okay.
Okay? So on Kim's, I'm trying to keep it in sequence because I did just go in and negotiate both exemptions. I wanted to negotiate exemption 3 and exemption 4. Okay? So she nicely sends me back a letter that disagrees with my opinion. And in that, she states that removal or destruction of native vegetation down to mineral soil is not considered customary and necessary maintenance. And what concerned me about that, she didn't cite anybody. It's like the planning department has determined. Did anybody at planning think about consulting with APAC, the Agricultural Commissioner, the Farm Bureau, the Cattlemen's Association, the United States Department of Agriculture and Natural Resource Conservation Service? Dawn Athman, she's sitting right back here. She has an office in Somas. County cites NRCS ordinance standards in lots and lots and lots of their ordinances. So if they had a question, I would think that they would go to the United States Department of Agriculture and say, is this normal and customary, or am I crazy? But nobody was consulted, and therefore, in the letter and all the presentations we've seen, both at APAC and here, nobody was cited. Not a single professional in the field of agriculture was cited in the county's presentation. And then it goes on to say in the letter, the planning department cannot extend exemption 4, which was intended to cover agricultural crops such as avocados or citrus trees. That's discrimination. Holy moly, if we were talking about people, we'd be in big trouble. But we are talking about people. Cattle ranchers are people too. I got a few gals I dated that might tell you otherwise, but cattle ranchers are people too. And so anyhow, I take offense at that. I don't take offense. I strongly disagree with that statement, Kim. I strongly disagree, and I told Kim I disagreed with that statement, and I guess we just agreed to disagree because we couldn't find any common ground on it, and that's why we're here today. So I believe that exemption number 4, when you read into it, it is designed to cover all agricultural crops because that land was cultivated. And I'm going to go into it in some later slides that beef production is a form of cultivation, and the management we do on the land, you may not see right out, but it is a form of cultivation. Therefore, we're exempt. Then it also says neither the planning division nor the decision makers who adopted exemption 4 intended to apply the forage crops for livestock. That was in 1982. Where the heck would you find one of those people now? So you could ask them what their intention was. Because some of the other people working on it looked into the ordinance intention and they didn't see anything that stated the cattle guys weren't included or cattle wasn't a crop or didn't look like an avocado. We all know that, so I don't know where they got the statement that the decision makers who adopted exemption 4 in 1982, how do they know what they thought? And then finally, the land in question was not previously cultivated for agricultural crops. And that's taking the narrow vision of making cultivation tillage. Therefore, I had to till. But there's all kinds of forms. Pest control. On Sulphur Mountain Land and Livestock, for years they've been spraying thistles, yellow star thistle and takaloti thistle, even in between that fragmented brush. And working on invasive weeds in that very same parcel in the SRP. They didn't even know they were in the SRP, but that's a form of cultivation. So getting back into digging directly into exemption number 4, It just says special exemption that includes the removal of one of the following 5 items. This was intended to be an agricultural exemption. You already heard about the view shed. I mean, if you can't see it from the lake, so I won't go into that particular general exemption. But the special exemption said it includes the removal of the following 5 items. An agricultural crop. And I produced some information from the United States Department of Agriculture that states that native and non-native plants are an agricultural crop. But let's go straight to number 2. Vegetation on previously cultivated agricultural areas that have been abandoned for up to 5 years. It's kind of written like a double negative, but I think it means that haven't been abandoned for more than 5 years. But vegetation, that sounds like any and all vegetation, previously cultivated. Cattle have never left that ranch in 200 years. That pasture's been part of that rotational, holistic grazing method on that ranch for 200 years. So therefore, it was definitely previously cultivated, and it's currently cultivated, and it's never stopped being cultivated, and it has not been abandoned for the last 200 years. So therefore, it meets exemption number 5, and I don't see how anybody could see otherwise. So, the Planning Division found the special exemptions listed above did not apply in this case. For one, native vegetation removed is not an ag crop. You know, this is what they presented to APAC. I mean, they just didn't change that position. This is just last week. I had 2 meetings in between, and I thought I saw the light come on, but I just didn't get there. So for item number 2, it says the site on which the vegetation was removed was not an agricultural area that was cultivated in 5 years. So they don't believe me. I had those meetings. They don't believe me that raising livestock is a form of cultivation. And managing pastures, even though that doesn't mean I have to burn them every 5 years, or I have to masticate them every 5 years, or I have to dose them every 5 years. That would be environmentally incorrect. You should do those things on sequences between 12 and 20 years. The rest of the time, you use cattle to provide the maintenance on the practice you reformed 10, 12, or 15 years earlier. Because the cattle browse on the brush and keep it knocked down. If you didn't have the cattle there, it would all grow back in 4, 5, 6 years. But the cattle provide that maintenance, but the brush gradually wins. And finally, they go on to determine that evidence demonstrates that the site was not planted or cultivated to support grazing operation with forage. Well, it wasn't planted during that 5-year period, but it darn sure was cultivated to support that grazing operation. And those grasses were tended, they were monitored, and when it got time to do a management practice, they went in and did the management practice. And they had a right to farm. I disagree that they're not covered. That was a nuisance complaint. Somebody went up there and said somebody messed with my view shed. This is a view shed ordinance, and somebody messed with my view shed. So they trespassed on the property illegally, took GIS coordinates and photographs, which equals illegally obtained evidence, and they turned in a nuisance complaint to their local supervisor, who passed it on to staff, who came to the county. And the right to farm is both a state and a local ordinance. They basically both read the same. No agricultural activity, operation, or facility thereof conducted or maintained for commercial purposes and in a manner consistent with proper and accepted customs and standards as established and followed by similar agricultural operations in the same locality shall be or become a nuisance, private or public, due to any change condition in or about the locality after it's been in operation for more than 3 years. It was not a nuisance if it was not a nuisance at the time it began. Well, this began 200 years ago, so it'd be pretty hard to claim that that didn't apply. There's the county ordinance. It basically mimics the same thing, but the threshold is only 1 year. So, what happened on the place now? As soon as they cleared the brush, per NRCS Practice 550 rangeland planting, they planted a rangeland dryland pasture seed mix. And that seed mix is successfully germinated. It's increased vegetation types with a stronger vegetation type, and it's increased habitat diversity because all the deer are coming in to eat the feed. The same feed the cattle want, the deer want. So it's also created habitat diversity, and it's darn sure increased scenic value. Everybody sees those open grasslands with oak woodlands all spotted through them. That's an aesthetic value, and that's aesthetic value that's created through management. There is increased wildlife utilization of the area. And as an added plus for our urban neighbors, reduction of brushy vegetation has reduced fuel load and subsequent wildfire threats. This is a USGS survey map And they used those to dictate, they were old types of vegetation mapping systems. And this came out of Orrin Sage's report. And it shows vegetation types. And it was created off It was created off an aerial photograph in 1947, and it was actually field checked in 1952. And the white areas are designated as grassland. And the green dots are various portions of scrub, grassland, and then oak woodlands can also produce green dots. You can see the polygons here where the management practice was just performed. And look at this area here. This was completely field checked as grass. This was field checked as grass with oak woodlands and spotty sagebrush. Pretty much the whole management area here because it was conducive. This slope drops off really steep. It's a really hard area to manage, and you need to do that by burning. But this area here, according to Orrin Sage in this map and the USGS, was all designated as grassland. But with constraints of management since the 50s and not even being able to burn for 20 years, it kind of reverted back. But what management was done to preserve the grasses was consistent. So here's what we have. What do we have? Do we have a damaged habitat? Do we have an unaesthetically pleasing something to look at? We have California grasslands with protected oak, with trees that were protected in place. There's no problem here. There's nothing broken. There's nothing that needs to be fixed. Wildlife flocked to this area. This picture was taken on that site at June 2012 because they want to get these grasses, these introduced grasses that have huge grain heads on them. And the same with the squirrels, and the same with the rabbits. And the lions come in to get the deer and the squirrels and the rabbits. And then what the lions can't eat, the bears come in to finish up. And there's more wildlife in ranchland habitat in Ventura County than there is in all of the Los Padres Forest and the Santa Monica Mountains combined. Ranchers are the largest provider of quality wildlife habitat in the county of Ventura, and that's undisputable. So the project site. This is a map that the county had up on its website. And if my client was to go to this map before he did the practice, it was actually in the tree, it was not in the SRP ordinance, did not have a map available on the website for anybody that went in there to see if they were in the SRP. But it referenced you to the tree section. And so if you look up top, it came off that website right there that says planning, resource protection map. And it shows, and this map was in 82, and it shows this resource protection zone, and the one up on Highway 33, and the one around Lake Matilahaw, Lake Piru, and Lake Sherwood. But somebody blew it over there because they forgot to put those polygons, they forgot the overlay on this side of the highway. It just wasn't there. It was a mistake. I have no doubt it was a mistake. But somehow, there aren't any polygons on those prominent ridge lines. So that'd be pretty confusing to somebody going on the website to see if you were in the SRP. And there's only a couple hundred landowners who own land in the SRP, and none of those were mailed any notification they were in the SRP and they had any special, things that they had to adhere to.
For those of you who have parked out in a restricted area, your 3 hours is up or about up, and if you need to move your cars, you probably should do that now, or you're going to get a ticket.
Thank you very much. This thing locked up now?
You can't leave, Rick.
Hang on. Since half the people are leaving, why don't we take a 5-minute break? Perfect. Because I'm just getting warmed up. I'm just getting the pictures now.
I know. I'm going to have to see.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We appreciate the courtesy. We'd call Bob Pinkerton, who'll be followed by Len Jensen.
Commissioners, good morning. I'm Bob Pinkerton. I live at 1.
Hold on. It's got to be picked up by the mic.
Okay, good. We on? I guess so. I'm Bob Pinkerton. I live on one of our ranches, 15716 Santa Paula Street, Santa Paula. My bachelor's degree is in Ag Business Management from Cal Poly, San Luis Obispo, with a minor concentration in beef cattle production. I have been in the cattle business. I currently grow citrus and avocados. APAC was formed back in 1996. It got a new mission then, and it received staff support from the Ag Commissioner's Office. Each one of the 5 committee members are appointed by their respective supervisor. And all of us, all of the 5 of us, are all active agricultural producers in Ventura County. We provide advice to the board and county staff on matters relating to ag policy. Okay, you have the APAC letter in front of you. And by the way, when you took the break this morning to review the documents, the planning director gave me the response to the letter I submitted last Wednesday. Let's start out and just kind of go through the background. This all started with trespassers.
If you could just keep the record preserved by speaking into the mic.
Stay put, Bob.
This all, Pete nailed to the floor. This all started by trespassers reporting alleged illegal, unauthorized grading, and they provided GPS coordinates to the sites. Staff received the complaint, and they latched onto it like a pit bull in a cat fight. They tried to cite the landowner for grading without a permit. It didn't work. Permit not required. Tried to cite for biology reasons concerning wild animal life. There were no violations. Trees, never removed any oaks, heritage, endangered, or protected trees. Did try to cite for potential damage of blading within a tree's drip line. No arborist was used. If any one of us went in for a tree permit, we would have to cite an arborist and pay for that study by an arborist. They used county biologists. It goes further. One of the pictures in staff's packet to APAC shows, and I'll read the title of it, Grading and Vegetation Removal Within the Drip Line of a Protected Tree. I realize you can't see this from where you're seated, but this is a sumac tree. It's not protected. It's not endangered. It's not a heritage tree. On cropland, whether it be forage cropland, row cropland, tree cropland, or any other kind of cropland, sumac is a weed. The definition of a weed is unwanted vegetation. It could have been bulldozed out. Okay, so then we tried to cite for activity on 15 acres in the SRP overlay. Oops, agriculture is exempted. So then we redefined agriculture as, quote, intended to cover agricultural crops such as avocados or citrus trees, not forage for livestock, unquote. This was in the planning director's letter to the appellant dated November 17th, 11. This became the basis for the citation for clearing within the SRP, clearing brush. The property is zoned ag exclusive, AE40. Landowner grows forage for cattle to produce meat for people to eat. Our land is zoned AE40. We grow trees to pollinate, to produce avocados and lemons for people to eat. It's all agriculture. It's all good stuff. The landowner's actions were absolutely, we found, in APAC, and our letter included back to planning the state Right to Farm Act as well as the county Right to Farm Ordinance in non-coastal zone. We found precisely the landowner's actions were absolutely consistent with proper and accepted customs and standards as established by similar agricultural operations in the same locality, thus fully meeting the standards of the Right to Farm Act and the county Right to Farm Ordinance. Staff stated during the presentation to APAC they did not use an arborist, they used a biologist. They further stated they only used the tree ordinance. They did not look at AE40 zoning applications, and they did not consider the California Right to Farm Act. You know, we keep hearing this tree ordinance thing come up. Happen to know a little bit about that too. Back when the tree ordinance was adopted, Rob Frost, then president of the County Cattlemen's Association, and myself, I was vice president, sat down with county staff and helped write that thing. We understand what's in it. I asked specifically staff if they'd consulted the ag commissioner or his staff. They had not. I asked specifically if they'd coordinated with county council on this issue involving the Right to Farm Act. They had not. I asked specifically staff if they had someone qualified in agriculture on their staff. They do not. I asked specifically if they went outside and asked anybody else, Cattlemen's Association, Farm Bureau, whoever. Apparently not. The reason this got on the APAC agenda is I heard about it and put it on the APAC agenda for last Wednesday. It was not an issue coordinated at all in any way, shape, or form from staff. I asked for it. Hopefully, through this process, staff will adopt procedures that respect agricultural landowner rights with the same fervor as respect for nuisance complaints from trespassers. APAC strongly recommends, and I did read the response letter I got this morning, it doesn't change the position. We strongly recommend dismiss violation of CB 11-0329 in entirety by approving the appeal. And we do suggest to staff that on matters and issues relating to and involving agriculture, coordination with the agricultural commissioner or his staff be a case planner staff requirement. This concludes my presentation. I will be glad to answer any questions. Thank you.
Any questions, Mr. Pinkerton? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Lynn Jensen, and I'm the Executive Director of the Coalition of Labor, Agriculture, and Business in Ventura County. And our specialty is actually analyzing regulation on behalf of our members. We did submit comments. I don't want to go through the letter of the comments. We do believe that the violation filed by the Planning Division against the Sulphur Mountain Land and Livestock Company was an unnecessary overreach, and that the whole situation could have been avoided had it been handled by an agricultural planner in the Agricultural Commissioner's office, a position that's been eliminated. The frustration of this landowner, put yourself in his position, is overwhelming. The land in this case is zoned agricultural exclusive, which is its primary use. It's designated grazing land on the state important farmland inventory map, of which there's 200,000 acres in the county. And it even has a Land Conservation Act grazing contract recorded on it. So its purpose is grazing. And that's in addition to the state and county Right to Farm Acts that are supposed to protect agricultural operations, including animal husbandry. Animal husbandry is part of agriculture as defined in the non-coastal zoning ordinance. In addition, the landowner was never specifically notified that their land was within the boundary of the SRP zone. And so when he was doing his grading activity or his brush clearance activity, he had no idea he was in the SRP. The land has been historically grazed for over a century. It is clearly not an expansion of agriculture, as what the county is claiming. While the SRP zone is shown by Katie on the maps as being the small areas, I think it's around 55,000 acres. I'm not sure about that, but that is up to future actions. As you know, in 2009, there was a proposal by County Supervisor Steve Bennett that was taken to the Ojai Valley Municipal Advisory Committee, the MAC, to add 14,000 acres in Ojai to the SRP. And that was my first introduction to this little-known zoning category. During the proposal process, residents and landowners were told that this was necessary to protect against the visual impacts of structures on the Ojai hillsides in public view. Being a curious sort, I decided to go ahead and look at the actual language, and I have to say what I found was astounding. This requirement that discretionary permits were required for over 1,000 square feet of brush clearance in the SRP. And I wondered, how are farmers and ranchers going to be able to deal with that? The Planning Division during those hearings assured us, as they always do, that this would not impact farmers and ranchers in their daily business because of the exemptions for agriculture. At the final hearing, there were 200 angry farmers and ranchers that showed up, many giving negative testimony against the county permit process, and that led to a unanimous vote against the proposal by all 7 Ojai MAC members, and that 14,000 acres was not added to the SRP. However, that doesn't help the landowners that are already zoned SRP, and 3 years later, the Planning Division has interpreted the exemptions in a way that would force discretionary permits for the standard practice of cattle ranching in the SRP zone. And they acted without advice from federal, state, or local range management experts. They filed the notice of violation against the appellant, and it's all under the guise of protecting scenery. This is not a biological overlay zone. It was never sold as such. It is a scenic protection zone. In the letter, the planning director states that neither the Planning Division nor the decision makers who adopted the exemption intended it to apply to forage crops for livestock. However, in 2009, there was no disclosure to those angry farmers and ranchers at the final hearing that clearing brush for cattle grazing would not be allowed on their land if the expansion had been passed. What we suspected in the vague exemptions for ag became true in only 3 years. There are many reasons today to save the livestock industry in Ventura County, which we've described in detail in our letter, and we really please vote to uphold the appeal. Thank you.
Mike, someone else, or is Rich going to resume?
I think, was there anybody else here who had to explain?
Yeah, I'm Kieran Moss. I'm a certified general real estate appraiser, and I've been on all these properties up there on business over the past 25 years or so and consulted with the property owners. This property burned in 1979 in the Creek Fire. It apparently burned twice since then. I don't know how it could be interpreted as being undisturbed. And in the process of, if you remember those fires, what happens is the brush burns, and then the first thing that comes back is grass. Since they didn't fence off the property to keep the cows out, presumably that's kind of prima facie proof that the cows went in there and ate the grass as forage. So I just don't see how the continuation of how there is a continuation of an undisturbed state on this property in the first place. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Bud Sloan, one of our speakers, would also like the opportunity to go now rather than later.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Aubrey E. Bud Sloan. I'm a veterinarian. I'm a cattle rancher. Ergo, I am a grass farmer.
Your address, please.
Excuse me. 8283 Aliso Canyon Road, Santa Paula, California, 93060. I am also a neighbor of the appellant. I have a 4,500 acre ranch at the head of Aliso Canyon Road. I border Sulphur Land and Cattle Company, or Land and Livestock rather, on my western border and their eastern border. Most of the things that I know, and I said, he's saying. Richard is doing a beautiful job of presenting what it is to be a cattleman in this country. And my comments are going to be somewhat brief, but because I don't want to be redundant. I am a past cattleman's president. I am on the board of directors for Cattlemen's Association Ventura County, also on the California Cattlemen's. I'm a board of directors from Ventura County Resource Conservation District. One of the things that I just really need to drive home is that cattle ranching is agriculture, and I'm so sick and tired of being marginalized in this county. I've had to argue with more than one appointed and hired and elected officials describing the fact that cattle ranching is agriculture and our crop is grass or forage. And it includes the native grasses and the introduced grasses as well as the brush. Cattle don't normally browse, but they do browse to a certain extent based upon the availability of the native grasses. And it is very necessary to cultivate these lands, as would any other crop. Our cultivation is termed range management, which is the process of balancing those grasses with shrubs and brush and invasive species. It's very important that we do so because brushes and invasive species will take over our grasslands. The bulk of range management is prescribed grazing and mechanical removal, mostly by bulldozing. And that can be verified by NRCS publications that support grazing and range management. Not only does NRCS approve of range management as an ongoing procedure as part of cattle ranching, it has programs that actually pay for this conservation practice because they realize the value. And you'll find, and I think you'll find in the cattleman's letter that Mr. Lamb wrote, that you'll find a reference to the NRCS, USDA NRCS website, and you'll find a number of documents in there and a number of programs that support this. All of that having been said, the report that was filed by staff, and I've worked with staff before, they're nice people, they're wonderful folks, I think they're just not educated in our world. One of the important points that staff highlighted was the removal of vegetation down to mineral earth. Now I'd like to point out, for those of you who have ever been in a brush stand of either sage brushes or coyote brush or the forbs and grasses that are out there, you will find that grasslands extend to the edges, the interface of that brush and the grasslands. Beneath that sagebrush, if you fold it back, you will find nothing. There is no seed bed there for grasses, for native grasses or the introduced grasses. It is nothing but mineral earth. Removing the aerial portion of brushes will leave mineral earth. You don't have to touch the ground with a blade. Even if you've used mastication, you are removing it to mineral earth. A very important point, I believe. One of the reasons that there is no grass or forb production beneath that is the lack of sunlight and the products that are produced by those bushy plants themselves. You'll find it's bare earth, and nothing that is on the ground, there is nothing on the ground except those shedded leaves from, say, purple sage or white sage, something to that effect. Without the means of management and cultivation of our crop, grazing will not be sustainable as a part of Ventura County's ag. There are over 190,000 acres of grazing under the stewardship of private owners and ranchers. And it will be out of production if we are faced with types of permitting processes that are being suggested here. And we feel that that is an interpretation, not necessarily what the rule of law says. With that loss of grazing, the lack of sustainability of cattle ranching in Ventura County, we will lose the scenic areas that this ordinance was actually designed to protect, because you will have an overgrowth of grasslands. You will have nothing but a monotypical landscape of brush and scrub oak. What we do as range management is usual and customary practices. And to require a discretionary permit violates our right to farm ordinance in Ventura County, as well as our right to farm law in the state of California. We as ranchers have been assured by policymakers and planning officials through the non-coastal zoning ordinance development, through the biological ISAG rewriting, and the development of the of the grading ordinance that is now in process. And I was a part of that technical advisory committee that Richard Atmore and Rob Frost and many of the people from Farm Bureau, RCD, and Ventura County Ag spent hours and hours doing. We have been assured that our usual and customary practices would never require discretionary permits or to have to enter the discretionary pathway. That's happening. It is now happening. We use all of our property. On my 4,500 acres, I use it all. I don't have cattle on every inch of that ground at any one time. I have to rotate. I use an intensive rotational grazing program. My property is divided off into pastures, and those pastures are rotated. Now, there may be times when I don't have animals on a pasture for a year. You have to allow these things to recover, and you have to have the good science behind you to allow them to respond to that rest. If we don't do this, we will not be sustainable. My father told me many things, but one thing he did tell me is that the land doesn't go back on you, son. You go back on the land. And we will not do that as cattle ranchers in Ventura County. We will not go back on the land. We will leave it better than we found it, and we'll preserve it at the best we can and sustain cattle ranching in Ventura County. What has happened here is a very dangerous precedent for agriculture and my segment of the industry in particular. We are the home to most of the wildlife in Ventura County, as well as the protection of other citizens of Ventura County by reducing fuel load of those areas that burn every time a crazy with a match drives up 150. And all of those lands in between and beyond us are protected by our measures to reduce fuel load and reduce the overgrowth of brush. Cattlemen in Ventura County inhabit mostly AE. The appellant's land, as I understand it, is AE. That's ag exclusive. That's what we do. That's what we are. I would really appreciate being treated as such, that we are agriculture. Grass is our product. Grass is our forage, our means to provide protein. The only way that we can do that is to have our cattle graze that and take that unusable carbohydrate and turn it into protein for all of you on your table, hopefully. I would strongly urge you to uphold the appeal of the appellant and do not allow this sort of dangerous precedent to be set and putting cattle ranchers in a very tenuous situation, and hopefully provide us with the means to extend our lifetime and preserve Ventura County as it is. Thank you very much.
Well, we'll see get you guys out of here in a reasonable time for lunch.
I'm wondering if we could take a break. Mr. Atmore, hold just a second. You want to take a break now before he starts and come back? What do you want to do? You want to break for lunch? Mr. Atmore, you say you have another 20 minutes or so in your
25 minutes, I can get through this.
Okay, well, we'll go ahead, and then after that, we'll break for lunch. So anyone not interested in hearing Mr. Atmore can go to lunch.
Well, that'll clear the crowd. Thanks a lot, Steve. Okay, where were we? Let's move on to the next slide. Katie, I'm having a hard time getting this thing to... Is it running short on batteries? Up there it goes. Maybe I got to point it the right direction. Okay, so the last slide just showed what the Scenic Resource Protection Zone is, and it's a viewshed ordinance. It was set up to protect viewsheds along scenic highways. Everybody's discussed that. The real intent of the ordinance was to prevent the development of large structures on permanent ridgelines. It wasn't to deter ranchers from creating viewsheds that they've historically created for hundreds of years. And that's grassland mosaics. And this is a photograph of a grassland mosaic, and this is on Sulphur Mountain Land and Livestock. And actually the top of this hill is where part of the management process, this particular management practice took place. And you can see in the foreground there's management that's occurred here outside of the SRP, and in between is hilly hillsides that aren't really conducive because of their terrain to use mechanical equipment on. So those areas will wait to be burned. But in the meantime, the areas that are more conducive to use mechanical equipment, we can do that in between because, like I stated earlier, we need to protect those seed banks. So if I protect those seed banks up here, and this brush gets too thick, 30 or 40 years old, and chokes out its seed banks, seed will travel from here down into these areas from animals, the wind, hydrology, for a number of reasons. So that's why we go up and physically remove brush in some places to preserve seed bank in areas where it's conducive to it. So when we do get a wildfire, we've got seeds for those native and non-native grasses. Here's another picture. This is a different ranch. And this ranch shows a mosaics. You know, this ranch is on the complete other side of the valley. You can see in the foreground where they've done a management practice process. And you can see all in this other part of the ranch where they've managed to provide habitat diversity and forage for grazing crops. So this practice does happen on other ranches in the same locality. It is common. It is customary. And we'll go on and prove that more. This slide just talks about whoa. Okay, this slide just talks about some things. The grass farmer, yield forage crop. But this is one thing I pointed on earlier, that non-forage vegetation like coastal sage scrub, it's not managed mechanically or burned every 5 years. That would be, like I said, environmentally incorrect. It's 10 to 20 years, and we use the grazing, the prescribed grazing for the maintenance in between. That's the cultivation process that takes place between management practices. So to be really correct, it's between 10 and 20 years. Sometimes we have to wait 30 years. It just depends on how intense we can put our grazing operation in there to beat down the brush so the grass seed bank remains. And like Bud said, there's 190,000 acres of grazing land in Ventura County, and we've been providing view sheds for hundreds of years. People should appreciate it and not look to reach through a regulation, find an obscure meaning of a definition, and get us out of it. So this particular picture shows part of the ranch. And it's a forage crop. It's great quality habitat for wildlife. If something wants coastal sage scrub, it's only got to go right over there to find it. So this is a diversified habitat. This is a working landscape, and we provide a diversified habitat because squirrels come in here to get the grain. Therefore, the raptors have a place to get the squirrel when he comes out into the edge effect. If the squirrel stayed in the brush, pretty soon he wouldn't have any grasses. The squirrels and the rabbits would disappear. The hawks would have to move off someplace else. So we provide this whole ecosystem on the ranch that's it's evolved with us for 200 years. Just simply trying to reach into an ordinance and find some obscure thing that would take us out of this would actually violate CEQA in itself because you're removing a practice that's molded a habitat for hundreds of years. So with that, I want to go back into grass as a crop. And this booklet was produced by the United States Department of Agriculture, and this is distributed by the Natural Resource Conservation Service. As a matter of fact, Don Affman gave me this particular brochure many years ago. And I know most of the other cattlemen in the county have it too. And it's titled Grass, the Stockman's Crop. And it says, yes, grasslands are a crop that rivals corn, wheat, and soybeans in importance. It is the backbone of our livestock industry and also provides a cornucopia of other benefits. It's important to wildlife and as watersheds and for recreation and aesthetics. Key in on that word. It's important for aesthetics. In this report, you'll learn the basics about grass and ways to manage it. Then the report goes on in one section. It talks about grasses and roots, and I didn't want to go through all that, but I wanted to highlight some things, just in these red boxes, that it has a section on brush control and weeds. Because in a pasture, actually brush is just the same as weeds. It's a plant that doesn't need to be there. It needs to be managed. We're never going to get rid of it. We can't eradicate it, but we can control it. And it says, there has been a gradual invasion of brush and weeds into many of our grasslands. In fact, in some areas, brush has become the #1 pasture problem, and brush continues to gain new footholds just about every year. And then down below it says, once established, though, most brush species are extremely persistent, and some form of control is usually necessary to initiate and speed grass recovery. Mechanical methods have been proved effective for reducing many kinds of brush. These include mowing, bulldozing, root plowing, chaining, chopping, and sawing. And finally, it talks about grass, the crop. Many cattlemen view livestock, not grass, as the base crop. But in spite of her wonderful ability to utilize roughage and convert it to a usable food for man, a cow is still a harvester and a converter. Although she requires considerable management, attention including breeding, vaccinating, spraying, and marketing, a cow's basic needs amount to eating a given volume of forage every day. Grasslands are remarkable solar-powered and enduring resources. With understanding and the needed management, your payoffs can be great. Grass is the foundation of the livestock industry, and it is your most important crop. This is my ranch. This is Barlow Canyon. Barlow Canyon's right near Dorothy and Foothill, just above Ventura, directly adjacent to the urban interface. The top picture shows Barlow Canyon in 1955. When I see similar photographs dating back to when the paper got here in 1850, most of the ranching pictures show view sheds of primarily grasslands with pockets of brush. This is Barlow Canyon in 2009, because in 1962 to about 1984, the Air Resource Board and the Air Pollution Control District put the halt to controlled burning. And it rocked the entire cattle industry. And we told them it was going to be a big mistake, but nobody listened. And then pretty soon, in the 80s, remember when the big communities started burning down? Oakland, the really big fires? Because these fuel loads bumped up against the urban interface and they started burning down communities. And they said, wow, these cattlemen were protecting us all these years. We better go back and do some more of that. But, you know, it's kind of too late. Once you let the brush take over, the management it takes to be able to change that. And before 1950, they could burn. They didn't call the fire department out. They came out and they grazed this area to 25% residual dry matter. And as these pockets of brush encroached and got bigger, they'd light it down here and let it burn up here, and when it ran out of brush, the fire would go out because it couldn't burn through the 25% residual dry matter that the cattle left behind. So ranchers just burned this themselves. The fire department didn't come out. Nobody got excited. They didn't run an ad in the paper. Nobody called the fire department. They were just used to seeing it. It was part of what they lived with. But now it's resorted to this. And this pasture's still managed. We spray weeds, invasive weeds in there. If you look really hard, you can see there's green in between. This brush is only waist high at this time. If I hadn't been grazing this pasture, now I had a burn in this pasture in 1988. And the grass and the brush has come back from that since 1988. But the cattle can still navigate that. I still have seed bank in there. This area is ripe for another management practice, and right now, Brendan Ripley with the Ventura County Fire Safe Protection District and I are working, and the Central Ventura County Fire Safe Council, we're working on what they call the Buenaventura burn plan, and we're looking to do mosaic modeling and burning of about 43,000 acres on huge bevy of ranches between Ojai, Ventura, Santa Paula, and the Highway 33 corridor. So it's a real need, and they've recognized that need to protect the urban interface, and we need to get some of these areas moved back around to more grasslands. We're not necessarily looking for this again, because at this stage, all the hillsides on the Sulphur Mountain Land and Livestock Ranch, mine, all the existing ranches now that were used back then, were about 90% grass and 10% brush. And now they're about 70% brush and 30% grass. Our carrying capacities are down by 65%. But we're plugging away, we're doing the management practice, and this area here still has the grasses, and when I come in soon and do the management practice, I'll get good grasses. I've divided up smaller pastures there to do more holistic management, and I'll be able to manage that better. But the cattle have definitely controlled that over the past, say, 20 years. They've definitely made a difference, so that brush would be impenetrable right now, and it's not. So practice 314, I'm not going to go too much into detail on practice 314, but I did want to state that when you apply for brush management practice 314, it's through the United States Department of Agriculture Natural Resource Service. Like Bud said, it's a shared cost share. It's 50-50. And it comes under what they call an EQIP grant. And EQIP is an acronym. Like, a business, we have a million acronyms we get to deal with. So I'll tell you what it is. It's the Environmental Quality Improvement Program. They want to pay us to grind, masticate, burn, doze brush because they know through their research that it's an environmental quality improvement. And that's why they have the EQIP program, and that's why we have practice 314 to manage woody species and preserve grasslands. And I'll just point out a few of the highlights in here. Obviously, the definitions and removal and reduction and manipulation of non-herbaceous plants. And the purpose, according to the NRCS, is to restore natural plant community balance, create desired plant communities, restore desired vegetative covers to protect soils, control erosion, reduce sediment, and improve water quality, because brush is crappy erosion control. I'm going to show you a slide later to prove it. Grass is root mass per inch. Brush is root mass per 3 or 4 or 5 feet, depending on how old it gets. Okay, so it's also to maintain or enhance wildlife habitat, including that associated with threatened and endangered species. It's to improve forage accessibility, quantity, and quality for livestock, and protect people from wildfires. That didn't come from me. That comes right out of Practice 314. Conditions where the practice applies: on rangeland, native or naturalized pasture. Pasture and haylands where removal or reduction of excessive woody non-herbaceous plants is desired. And the criteria: brush management will be designed to achieve desired goals. And it'll target woody species and protection of desired species. And prescribed, and the big key is, and this will be accomplished by mechanical, chemical, biological, prescribed burning, or a combination of these methods. And you remember how I tell you those cows provide that maintenance in between management practices? Prescribed grazing shall be applied to ensure desired response from treatments. All those are form of cultivation. And the prescribed grazing is a form of cultivation that maintains rangeland and protects it from invasion from too many woody species, basically brush. So here's the design procedure chart out of Practice 314. You'll see mechanical, biological, chemical, and prescribed fire. First one listed is dozing. The mortality target is 95% of the above ground stems should be killed, and the stump should be left to less than 6 inches. It goes on the next page in the practice design procedure to talk about dozing. It's the removal of brush using standard construction equipment is a common practice. And at the end it states, after the initial removal, additional control methods such as chemical, mowing, or prescribed grazing may be needed to provide adequate control of resprouts. That's cultivation.
Excuse me, Mr. Atmore. I think we now know why you're doing what you're doing. I would like you to confine the rest of your presentation to the violations and the exemptions you say exist.
Okay. So we'll go into the word cultivate. We knew from the ordinance that if we had land that was previously cultivated, that we could continue to practice our operations on that. And planning disputes we previously cultivated. They go in the last 5 years. We don't see any difference. I saw differences. I agree with Commissioner Nora. I mean, I really do. I agree that she saw differences in those photographs. And she saw some management that took place. Because you know what? There was management that took place. And the term cultivation, it doesn't mean disking. That's just tillage. That's one form of cultivation. But if you really look at it, cultivate means to foster the growth of. Farming, husbandry, agriculture, the practice of cultivating the land or raising stock. That's how it fits into the ordinance. That's how it fits into item 4 on exemption 4. That's how it fits into the one that talked about cultivation, or in Kim's letter where she said the land needed to be previously cultivated, or it hasn't been cultivated in 5 years. It wasn't dissed, it wasn't tilled, but it was grazed, and it was managed. And they went in and sprayed invasive weeds. They had to spray yellow star thistle, they had to spray takalodi. That's all a cultivation technique. And then they did a prescribed grazing program on there. Otherwise, when they did the management practice, you could still walk through the brush. The cattle could still get through it, and I did see the fragmented trails going through that management area, going through that particular area. But if those cattle hadn't been in there, that brush would have been 12 feet tall, and there isn't a person in this room that would have been tough enough to walk through that particular habitat. So we know now that cultivate means more than just disc. This cow right here, it's a renewable and sustainable resource harvester and converter. It needs a forage crop to be deduced and able to graze. It's an incredible machine. I mean, it mows out the front end, it fertilizes out the back, and it can reproduce in the middle. You know, I mean, she's absolutely amazing. You just can't even describe what she does. I mean, she produces beef for Americans to eat. So balanced pasture and managed areas. This is the view shed on a ranch. You don't see cattle trails going across there. If you see too many cattle trails, that could be overgrazing. We don't overgraze. We graze things down to 20% residual dry matter. But pastures are mixtures of grass. The brush is dominant. It will eventually encroach on all this area. And I've done a management practice. I burned here in 1995, and earlier I burned here in 1983. But the grass just keeps encroaching and encroaching, and I keep it beat back with grazing, but eventually I have to graze down these pastures and go in and burn or masticate these pieces of brush. If I don't, I have certain areas on the ranch that just get left behind. There's small pockets. You know, the brush becomes impenetrable. You can't walk through it. And here's another point. If it was intended, the 1,000 square feet of brush on an SRP was a violation. Remember that picture I showed you of Barlow Canyon, and there was that fence line going up the hill, and then in the picture with the brush you can't see it? Well, let's say there was a fence line going through this. Let's pretend this was an SRP, and there was a fence line going up through here. And I needed to repair or replace that fence line. I think we could all say that's a customary rangeland practice. But I would have to cut 3 or 4 feet of brush on each side of that fence for 400 or 500 yards up that hill to go replace that fence. Well, if we're going to take planning's definition of vegetation removal, and then cattle grazing is not the kind of activity the policymakers or staff intended, I couldn't even fix my fence. Because 1,000 square feet of brush is about the size of a small mobile home. And I couldn't clear the brush to fix my fence without going and getting a discretionary permit, going through CEQA, doing an initial study. That's not what the policymakers intended. I don't think we ever had any policymakers that were that bad. But it's possible. So here's another area. This is a controlled burn area. This line was the line that stopped the fire and the controlled burn. This is a managed habitat. It's only 13 years after it's been burned. There's grass all in between the brush. This still has a seed bank. It's about ready to burn again because it's been a little better than 13 years, but maybe a couple more years will manage that. This piece here is just on the other side of the road. It hasn't burned since 1974 in a wildfire. It's been 38 years. Nobody could walk through that. I can't even use that for grazing. The cattle don't want anything to do with it. But I'm going to manage it. I'm not in an SRP, so I don't have to. Right now, there's not a provision in the ordinance that covers this area that would prohibit me from doing that. But if you can't stop people from ranching in the SRP, it wasn't what was intended. This is what Bud was talking about. And when it gets back to erosion control, when you have dense brush and it's 30 years old, nothing grows underneath it anymore. And what's living is 10 feet off the ground. The deer can't even reach it. There's nothing left for the rabbits or the squirrels, so they disappear. And basically, you just have these huge monocultures of brush. there's more dead matter in these large stands than live matter. It's probably 70% dead matter and 30% live matter struggling to grow over top. It sucks up all the water resources, so the springs that we've developed dry up. And that's another reason why we have to manage dead and overgrown brush. And it's like the moon. And if this burns, it's going to look just like the moon. And it's going to be full of just invasive weeds because the seed banks are gone here. This will need to be reseeded. So we manage. This is my ranch. That's my tractor. We're masticating. What's the difference between masticating and dozing? Planning said if you had masticated, it would have been just fine, but we just don't like that bare earth thing. Well, if I got brush like this, there's really nothing underneath there but bare earth, is there? So what else would I have? But here I had seed bank left. It had only gone about 15 years. So I'm masticating so that when it grows back, I come back with this. Those are native grasses. That's Lamus, giant wild rye. There's brush reoccurring. When it's small, the cattle will browse it. They'll keep it beat down. They provide management in the form of cultivation. That is definitely a cultivation practice. And that's why we fit into the ordinance that says all we have to prove is it was previously cultivated within the last 5 years. And it has been, because the cattle go in there every other year and they manage it. And that's a form of cultivation. So I'm sticking my hat on that main exemption right there. I feel it's undeniable if you understand the practice. Here we are burning brush in an area that's not conducive. And we burn the brush so that we get similar results. We get regenerating grasses and forbs that the cattle and the wildlife flock to. You wouldn't believe the wildlife that come to these areas. Here's the practice area at Sulphur Mountain Land of Livestock. That's the area that's been bladed. And I'm going to get into excavation here in a minute, but that's about the trees. So anyhow, this bladed area, you can see that he actually just scraped right across the top of the ground, where in some cases he actually left grasses that were intact in between the brush. That's how lightly he scraped the ground. So we moved an inch of dirt here and an inch of dirt there, but it darn sure wasn't anything that equaled excavation. Because I'm also a general engineering contractor, and I have an excavator and a backhoe. And I know that this is not considered excavation. This is either very fine grading, or what it really is just scraping vegetation off at ground level. And that's what it looks like afterwards. That was May this year. It's grown back into part of the viewshed, the mosaic, the California native rangeland. It looks like a ranch. I'll say it again. It looks like a ranch because it is a ranch. Here's another ranch. We had to prove that it was a customary and normal practice done in the same location. This is another ranch in the same valley. I'm not going to say which one, but it's not Sulphur Mountain Land and Livestock. And it's on the complete other side of the valley. But he's pushed and left a pile of brush here. And he's cleared it, and he went over the top, and you can see bare ground in here, but he left some of the grasses because he skimmed right over the top. Now, he's going to let this area revegetate naturally because he still had seed bank. This is my ranch. You can see I took this mesa. It was solidly choked up with brush. I pushed the brush and put it in piles. I did not reseed because I got to it in time, and I had the cattle in there continuously cultivating it. And I've got a ton of native grasses. There's some brush reoccurring, but this area will stay managed for a long time if I graze it right. This is an area that the fire department helped me with. I did a demonstration project in Sexton Canyon where I used 4 different vegetation modes: burning, masticating, and dozing. And this is the dozing area 6 years later. And those cattle, there's still a lot of grass in there. It's only about knee-high to the cattle. But they're browsing on the brush. And they're providing maintenance. Just like the cattle do up on Sulphur Mountain Land of Livestock. So instead of growing back in 6 years, it'll take 20 years to grow back. And that's cultivation. Cultivation practices utilized at Sulphur Mountain Land of Livestock have included holistic grazing management is a form of cultivation. Monitoring for invasive weeds, huge form of cultivation, because if invasive weeds the cattle won't eat get in there, we have huge problems. Herbicide applications have occurred up there to control invasive weeds. That's cultivation. And they participated with the Ventura County Ag Commissioner's Office on a biological control of insects, in particular the hairy weevil, which is used to control thistles. That's a form of integrated pest management cultivation. And rangeland management and brush control itself is a form of cultivation. So quickly go through the tree thing. It's been a huge moving violation. It's really hard to pin down where this thing has gone. It started off with grading and altering the area underneath an oak tree. But then the grading department came out and they said, hey, there's no grading violation here. All he did was remove vegetation from underneath these trees. We don't want anything to do with this. So planning had to go back to the drawing board, and at the notice of violation, they said that you needed to obtain permits in accordance with tree protection for altering, felling, removing protected trees in SRP zones. So I went in and met with planning, and I said, that's not right. We didn't meet the definition of altering. Removing vegetation from underneath the tree is not listed as altering a tree in the definition in the ordinance. So Kim writes me, that's when Kim wrote the letter back, and it says photographic evidence demonstrates that mechanical vegetation removal alterations did occur within the protected zone of protected trees. I went back again and we hashed it out again, and I guess maybe she talked to county council, I don't know. But whatever, when they went to APAC, I was surprised because I guess they figured I was right. Removing vegetation from underneath a tree is not really altering. So we came back with APAC, and the new assertion is non-permitted excavation within the drip line or within 15 feet of the trunk. We went from altering to moving vegetation to now excavation. And excavate means to remove soil or earth by digging out, to make a hole, a cavity or tunnel, solid matter by hollowing, removing the center, inner part of something, or to unearth a buried object to discover information about the past. Do you see excavate there? Does anybody here see anything that would meet the definition of excavate in that picture? Because I don't. Does anybody in the audience see excavation?
Absolutely not.
I don't think anybody could back up that there's excavation in that picture. I know a lot of construction guys. I sat with Jim Otusa, Ray Gutierrez, and Phil Nelson for 1.5 years, once a month, with a bunch of other agricultural producers. And we went over what was excavation, what was digging, what was trenching, what was ranching, what was a forage crop. And we went through every one of those issues and saw eye to eye all the way down the line. There's a few places we agreed to disagree, but bottom line is that's not excavation. It never has been, and it never will be. That's what those trees look like now. Beautiful grass, oak, woodland, savannas, and that's a typical ranch view shed on a typical ranch. There's another picture of the project area. That's what it looks like now. Beautiful grassland, beautiful trees, nothing's been harmed, nothing's been damaged, exactly what they set out to do, carefully clean up a pasture. And the brush is the weed in this pasture. And also, they claim that by just going underneath the tree with a piece of equipment, you altered. Well, I beg to differ, because how many ranch roads have you been on and seen a road going underneath an oak tree? There's thousands of them, hundreds of them on my ranch, thousands of them on my neighbors' ranches. Every county park has roads like this. And periodically, you have to scrape them off or do a tiny little bit of road repair. And I don't think the policymaker, and there's no exemption in the SRP ordinance for road work. There's not a single exemption in the SRP ordinance for road work. So what they're telling me is nobody can legally in an SRP clean off a road that goes near the drip line of a tree. I don't believe the policymakers were that naive. We have the Certified Rangeland Manager Report. I'm not going to read it to you. Did you guys get a chance to read it? That's an important piece of information. I'd like you to read it through. That man's Orrin Sage. He's a certified rangeland manager. That's the type of person planning should have consulted to talk to. They're registered by the state of California to prescribe environmental and ranching management practices. And I'm not going to go through this letter, but at any rate, that's what they should have done. And this guy's got a PhD in the subject, and he's done studies on over 3 million acres of rangeland. So he's a good old fart. And anyhow, we got a server. We had the arborist, my arborist. I have an on-staff arborist. So I had my arborist go out and take a look at the trees. And she basically determined that there was no excavation associated with the management practice. That none of the trees displayed indications of significant impact or stress as a result of the vegetation management activities. Rangeland management had increased habitat diversity, and rangeland management reduced fuel load, which reduces the potential for fires to damage trees by wildfire. So in summary, We know that cattle ranches inside and outside of SRPs are working agricultural landscapes, and they're designated as grazing land, not as wilderness. Vegetation mosaics created by rangeland management enhance view sheds, and this is a view shed ordinance. Rangeland management cultivates grassland and livestock. Activity in question is necessary and customary. So in other words, range management is necessary and customary, and I think we proved that. Grazing on this property has been continuous for over 100 years. It never went fallow. It was never abandoned. Prohibiting management of those woody species and preservation of grassland would make grazing operations non-viable, and it would force abandonment of existing agricultural land uses. And rangeland management activities are covered by federal and state ordinances. And the big one is Bob Pinkerton came up here today and told us that APAC members voted unanimously for the dismissal of this violation. We got letters of support from the Ag Policy Advisory Committee, the Ventura County Ag Commissioner's Office, Ventura County Farm Bureau, Ag Association, Cattlemen's Association, and CoLab. And just to finish up, this is the rangeland that we're all used to looking at. It's really important that we protect what we have instead of let it become something else that's not in the range, not part of the view shed. This could become a monoculture of brush if we eliminate this view shed. And by not allowing this guy to do this normal practice in this area, eventually you would remove his right to farm it without getting a discretionary permit that just isn't economically feasible. Once again, here's another view shed of a grassland mosaic on our ranches. This is the view shed everybody looks at and appreciates, and it's part of agriculture. And the biggest thing in conclusion is that everything's good on the top of Cochise Canyon. Trees are happy, grass is happy, there's plenty of brush for everybody else. There's nothing broken, and there's nothing that needs to be fixed. Think about this. This is the area where SOAR was first developed, and the acronym stands for Save Our Agricultural Resources. You can't sink ranching if you believe that saving our ag resources is important. You can't deny that animal husbandry and rangeland management are a form of cultivation, and then under the SRP special exemption 8109 4.1.3, vegetation management removal is exempt in a cattle ranching situation. Misinterpreting regulations and playing games with definitions is not protecting ag. Planning should have tried to fit the ag exemptions in instead of grossly overreaching to exclude a part of ag that is the closest. They removed a part of ag that doesn't look like lemons or avocados or strawberries because somehow they don't feel cattle is legitimate ag. So with that, I want to implore the Commission today to make the choice to stand up. Don't pass this on to the Board of Supervisors. Make the choice today to protect Ventura County's oldest form of commercial agriculture and an important ag resource by overturning planning's mistaken findings based on no citations, no facts, no consultation with agricultural authorities. So please keep ranching around for the next generation so kids like mine and Sulphur Mountain Land and Livestock kids will have rangeland that's left to provide the view sheds you appreciate. And my very last thought goes back to SOAR. It's save our agricultural resources. It's not sink our ag and regs. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Atmore.
Don't go away. I have a question.
Absolutely.
I was wondering if you have in all your photos where it is that the view shed, if you could take me, I'm not able to go out and visit the area, but this is a scenic resource protection overlay zone. And I recall what the purpose of that was. Where is it that you can see where this management practice took place? Do you have any pictures of it?
I don't have any pictures from the scenic resource because when I drove around by the lake and I looked up there, I couldn't tell exactly where it was. I went around the shore, the western shore of the lake, and I looked up there and I couldn't tell which particular part of the ridgeline that it was. And I thought that if planning, really had a violation there, they would have sent somebody over to that particular resource, which would have been Lake Casitas, and taken a picture over there to illustrate that you could be seen.
No, what I mean to say is there's a stated purpose of what the Scenic Ridgeline, the Scenic Resource Protection Overlay Zone is. And I want to know from all the different places that applies, it doesn't apply. It doesn't apply to somebody looking out of their living room and looking up at a ranch line. It applies to certain areas that are within the county's control.
Correct.
And you from any of these areas, you look up and you see this ranch, presumably. So where is it? I haven't been able to take a look at this. We are prohibited from taking a visit unless we all go.
Okay. Kim and I did have this discussion. I think we both agreed that you couldn't actually see the practice that took place. But the scenic resource zone, according to her, was still the scenic resource zone. And actually, the fact that you couldn't see it didn't apply to it. It applied to A, B, and C. There were 4 basic thresholds, but it didn't apply to D. And I didn't understand why that was, because if you look at the 4 reasons that you would need a discretionary permit, D is removal of vegetation. But she said that under the general exemption, that was only intended for certain types of grading or structures, not for vegetation removal, which I didn't understand, because to grade you have to remove vegetation. And in all these practices, we're not expanding. On Silver Mountain Land and Livestock, they didn't expand an agricultural area. They just maintained it.
Thank you.
We're going to take a break now. What's your pleasure, Commissioner? We're losing a member at 2. 1 o'clock? We're adjourned till 1 o'clock. Thank you.
I'm good if you're good.
You're released, sir.
Thank you.
All right, continuing on. Going through the speaker cards. Mr. Roper, are you here? Oh, I'm sorry.
Actually, I'm David Chatfield. And
yes, sir?
You have a speaker card from me.
Okay.
Yeah, we had preset some of our speakers, but that's permissible.
Go ahead, sir.
All right, my name is David Chatfield. Address is 2625 Townsgate Road, Westlake Village, California, 91361. I'm an attorney who represents Sulphur Mountain Land and Livestock Company, and I am familiar with the public records for this property. The public records show that the parcel in question is zoned AE, agricultural, and its identified use is LCA pasture and rangeland. And I know this because I have been dealing with the Ventura County Office of Assessor, and as late as last week they confirmed that's what the use and zoning is for the property. I wanted to also say that on February 15th, 2012, I sent a public records request to the county asking for the administrative record and legislative history relating to the original enactment of the Scenic Resources Protection Overlay Zone Ordinance and any amendments, including all draft documents and all documents relating to this violation. The county produced about 12,000 documents, out of which I found about 2,300 were relevant. I read all of them. None of those documents contain any reference to support the county's claim that the intent of the agricultural exemptions was for avocados and citrus trees and was not intended for pasture management. The county has produced no evidence to me to support its narrow interpretation of the exemption. What I'm appalled at, however, is that the documents I did see referred to Supervisor Steve Bennett, Steve Offerman, who I understand is his assistant, and Brian Brennan. And in all of my requests, I requested any documents from the supervisors or these people, and in my May 4th follow-up letter, I specifically asked for any documents relating to this violation that they may have written. And it wasn't until this Monday, he stalled me off until this Monday, when Leroy Jones himself, county counsel, not one of his assistants, but he wrote me and said that the disclosure of the documents would not be in the public's interest. I just thought you might find that interesting. So do you have any questions?
Chair?
Yes, sir.
Do you support the appellate's position? Is that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Case, do you have a designated order you want to follow, or do I call?
It's fine if you wanted to go there, Mr. Olmstead.
I beg your pardon?
You suggested Mr. Roper, and that's fine. That's in our order.
Mr. Roper? Please state your name, address, sir, for the record.
Okay. Bob Roper, 806 Canada Street in Ojai. It's a pleasure to be in front of your commission today. I've never been in front of the Planning Commission or had an occasion to be there before, but I'm here as a private citizen, as the retired county fire chief, and I've had experience in managing ranches and cattle operations in my past. I'm here today to request your dismissal of the case before you for the following reasons. One is the agricultural operations contained in the policy are exempt, which includes cattle grazing. The rules within the scenic protection, resource protection, are not well known to the property owners, inhibit agricultural business operations, and need a common sense approach. The property in question is a larger parcel which only has 77 acres within the SRP. The appellant uses the property for cattle grazing business, which involves growing grasses for feed as a crop. Some vegetation on the larger parcel outside of the SRP has been type converted, which means changing it from chaparral or native plants or brush to grasses for grazing, and the 15 acres in question was treated in a consistent manner. This parcel has been awarded the Land Conservation Act by the county, which details the grazing operation by definition. The type of conversion of chaparral to grasses is an acceptable business practice to create a feed crop and also serves to provide a tactical advantage when controlling wildland fires. Historically, the hills around us were managed by the Native Americans before us, who often, as they moved from camp to camp, would ignite the areas to convert the brushes that were choking out the native grasses so that the deer and the oak acorns would be productive. They did this in a mosaic pattern, and what happened is, as people began to inhabit the area, we began a fire exclusion policy, which has now created an abundance of the native chaparral. As we look at my past dealing with fires and the benefits of the grazing operations, is grass is a much finer fuel source that produces less heat, that aids in fire suppression, and create tactical control points. As we begin to drop water from aircraft and so forth, as it hits the grass grazing areas, if the cattle have already been in there, there's not much fuel to burn, and so we're highly effective at using those as tactical control points, versus the older brush that puts off a larger amount of heat that also creates a larger ember environment that spreads fire. we looked at today in the presentation, there are several different types of ways to actually type convert the fuels. The two most common methods are really doing prescribed burns, which is cost effective to do, but the liability associated with doing that and the bureaucracy and the process of trying to get through the clearance process makes doing controlled burns very marginal at best. Mechanical vegetation treatments are much more costly, but they accomplish the task quicker. The fire district has been a longtime supporter of the county's cattle industry as a partnership on how to graze lands, not only to produce beef, but also to provide the tactical objectives that we needed for the maintenance of fuel breaks. What we continue to have problems is the new stormwater runoff process and so forth. We can't put in the old type of fuel breaks across the hillsides we used to. So we began to partner with the Cattlemen's Association to get them to change fence lines and so forth so that they can move their cattle into area, graze off the top of ridges, which are natural fuel breaks for us, so that we had a tactical advantage. This practice, what the appellant has been talking about and what he did for the type conversion of the fuel, is a continuation of the sound joint public safety effort that we have, that the board approved in their document in the county's Community Wildfire Protection Plan. We have been using prescribed grazing as a maintenance requirement on many of the federal grants that we also apply for. By type converting the limited chaparral acreage, it limits the high temperatures of a wildland fire from making the soil hydrophobic, which that actually is a glazing of the surface of the soil, which increases soil erosion and water runoff post-fire. The practice of growing grass as a feed crop also acts to protect the native oak trees because it lowers the amount of heat output during a wildland fire. Thus, it ends up saving the heritage oak trees. The 15 acres that was seeded after the vegetation treatment, even with the limited rainfall, as you can see by the pictures, was a success. The wildlife came back. It began the cycle of change back for the wildlife and also for the fuels. You heard this morning who's responsible for Sulphur Mountain Road. Well, the area that is now the trail between the lower part and the top of the mountain is maintained by county parks, but actually the grading of the road is done annually by the county fire department. We use it because that road is an instrumental tactical advantage for us to get up and down, not only for wildland fires, but also to service the number of bicyclists who crash and fall all the time on that trail. And so the grading operation that we do, even through the SRP, is consistent with the light on the land aspect, which is not excavation or anything, which is consistent with the pictures that you saw. In closing, the growing of the grasses as an agricultural crop operation for the cattle grazing has multiple benefits to protect the intent of the scenic views that the SRP was designed for, and also to save the heritage oak trees by actually managing the fuels under that area. I respectfully request that you dismiss this case, and I would offer a suggestion that you refer any outstanding issues back to the Resource Conservation District to come up with some new goals on how to handle the case at hand. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you, sir. Any questions?
Okay.
Bob Roy?
John Heck? Okay, that's wonderful. That's all people we had designated. There may be other public speakers.
Nathan Boren?
Good afternoon, Nathan Boren, P.O. Box 6263, Thousand Oaks, California, 91359. I've gone through similar problems with planning department, such as what Mr. Atmore is going through right now. They seem to want to grasp at anything they can to try to claim that you're destroying wildlife habitat or the environment for that matter. I don't know if they've decided that that's their job now instead of helping people through the planning stages, or if that's being dictated to them by a man whose nickname is the Dictator, and that would be Steve Bennett, who's obviously behind this from what we've heard today. It's a shame that he's so extreme and such a coward that he has to have other people do his dirty work. I am, sir. This has to do with that man. At any rate, similar to Mr. Atmore, planning would try to pick anything that was identified on my property. And by the way, I had to hire a biology company under CEQA, even though I should have been categorically exempt. And anything that they found on the property, they were trying to grab at as environmentally significant, including sage communities. As has been stated by the people who have more experience in this than me, and I have found this to be true more recently, that when you clear this brush, for instance, when I bought my property back in '85, it was covered with vegetation that was higher than I was. You couldn't get into the property. I had to have it bladed in order to get in there to drill a well and do perk tests for septic. And what happens after you remove that stuff that chokes out everything is you get these grasses that the food chain feeds on. Deer, rabbits, all the smaller stuff on the food chain, they need more tender type of edible things, including the brush that does start to come back, but it's more tender when it comes back after being bladed. But that has to be maintained that way. So I just wish people who are members of SOAR and all that would realize that habitat for wildlife resources is not overgrown fire hazard that chokes out grasses, and it has nothing but dead wood inside of it and bare earth underneath it. That drives wildlife away. They don't have anything to eat. So what Mr. Atmore did, what the ranchers seem to do, is they are providing vegetation not only for their own grazing commercials, but for the wildlife too. And I just don't understand how they could claim that grazing and animal husbandry is not part of the ag and ranching that should be exempt from the conditions of the SRPs. And they did promise that this would not become a problem back in 2009. I was at that meeting when Mr. Bennett tried to extend the SRP up in Ojai to an additional 14,000 acres. So this probably would have come up before now if that hadn't been defeated. And it's just amazing to me that this is coming up when he's up for re-election, because this doesn't look very good. So at any rate, I would hope that you guys would uphold the appeal and dismiss the charges against Mr. Atmore and the ranch in question.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Charlotte Crocker.
Charlotte Crocker, 10455 Stockton Road, Moore Park, 93021. I'd like to say that I'm here as a cattleman, and I am here to support the appeal. In looking through the materials that came out in preparation for this meeting, I made a couple of notes, and these are specifically definitions as defined in Section 8107-25-2 of the Ventura County Non-Coastal Zoning Ordinance. First definition is for commercial agriculture: a for-profit farming enterprise consisting of tree and crop production for feed, food, fiber, fuel, shelter, and ornament, and including floriculture, horticulture, aquaculture, or animal husbandry, established and conducted in a manner consistent with proper and accepted customs and standards as established and followed by similar agricultural operations in the county. The second definition is necessary agricultural operations. those activities which are performed solely for the benefit of commercial agriculture. Excluded from this definition are activities such as clearing land for future subdivision, development of non-agricultural uses, and harvesting of native trees or their limbs for various commercial purposes. In reading through the rest of the materials and the case against Sulphur Mountain land, it appears that cattle grazing operations were not taken into consideration when the SRP overlay regulations were defined on top of the NZO. As cattle ranchers, my husband and I view ourselves as stewards of the approximately 3,500 acres of rangeland in Moore Park and Piru that we lease and run our about 120 head of cattle on. We work hard to enhance the amount of forage, that is grass in this case, that is available for our cattle to graze on by following certain conservation practices that adhere to proper and accepted standards. These standards have been described several times this morning, and they are endorsed by authorities such as the NRCS, Natural Resource Conservation Service, a division of the USDA. These practices include mowing, cutting, and sometimes the use of heavy equipment for brush management to clear areas where the grass will be able to grow back and grow so that the cattle can feed. Here in Ventura County, there are more than 190,000 acres of rangeland. Many of these acres are within the SRP overlay. I believe that the conservation practices followed by the cattlemen in this county contribute to the beauty of the viewshed. Surely that is what the intent of the SRP overlay was. And the sight of cattle grazing peacefully in a mosaic of grass and coastal sage scrub along the hillsides must be far more appealing than gazing at acre upon acre of weed-infested, dried-up coastal sage scrub and chaparral. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. John Heck. Gone. Julie Bola?
She'll be right back.
All right. Don Offman?
Hi, I'm honored to be here. Thank you. I'm Dawn Affman. I live at 401 South Brent Street in Ventura. I am currently, for the last 18 months, the district conservationist for the United States Department of Agriculture Natural Resources Division. A lot of people have been mentioning the name today, and I'm glad to be here. I want to confirm that my agency does create specifications and practices for all types of farming operations, and we've been in business since 1936 in the Dust Bowl. We work conjointly with the resource conservation districts because they're our locally led government that helps us with the concerns of what's here in Ventura in our backyard on the ground. Washington, D.C. can't decide that. They don't understand what erosion is like here in our topography with our rain events. My county, I've been doing this for 12 years. I graduated from Cal Poly as a soil scientist, and I was trying to calculate probably in 12 years, 40 to 60,000 acres worth of brushing. And I moved here 18 months ago from Mariposa, which is up by Yosemite.
Could you clarify what brushing is, please?
Brushing, that was the one specification that I think a couple people put on the thing, but it's the removal of woody vegetation to enhance crop, which is grass, forage for animals, cows or other animals. And I do want to mention, I'm glad you said that, we currently, just yesterday I got a bunch of alerts in the mail that this county is now under drought declaration. It has been declared a drought by the Department of Agriculture. There's been people fighting to bring money to this county and other counties in California. And one of the things that people get is they insure, and they have insurance for, is grass. whether it's freeze or fire or drought, there's crop insurance for that. So you can buy crop insurance from my agency for grass. And my office is in Somas. We've been there since 1941 with the Ventura County Resource Conservation District. Prior to my coming here, I was in Mariposa County, and we were doing a lot of brushing. And there is a lot of people pushing environmentally to say to stop doing that. And yet it's people that aren't walking the landscape and looking at the benefits. They're not there for the deer and the squirrels and everything that comes afterwards and the wildflowers. The fire department said after several of my range projects had been brushed that we saved Mariposa from burning down. They had a big, huge amount of fires, like 138 lightning strikes the first year that I was there, or the second year. We had done a significant amount of brushing under forest land, on range land, oak savanna, and they felt that the brushing that my agency did in cost share, under that Practice 314 brush management, where the owner pays their 50% and we help them to get to the stewardship part. We also specify out the brushing, save the town from burning down. So the wildlife benefits, the soil erosion benefits, the diversity benefits, these are all things that the public has entrusted our agency to help people do, and we actually give money for that. And just in the last few months, I've been able to put all types of farmers, grazing land people, avocado people, strawberry people, broccoli people, into over $2 million in conservation contracts just for Ventura County. My area goes all the way from Ventura all the way down to Pierce College, Santa Monica Mountains, Malibu. I work with two districts, Santa Monica Mountains RCD and the Ventura County RCD. I am concerned if my clients, and maybe I misunderstood today, would need a permit to graze the ground that they've been grazing for decades. I'm not sure if I heard that correctly in one of the speeches, but many of my clients right now in your county, that 200,000 acres, that pink overlay goes right through their property, and I actually have one client that it covers the entire property, 6,000 acres. It's a concern to me. The drought, the price of beef, I mean, I know I'm paying $25 for a prime rib right now, but it's still $1 a pound to them. The wells are going dry, the springs are going dry. We're trying to do emergency help, and then we're cutting their arms off to let them grow more grass. So I urge you to look at the research, listen to the people, call my office. We have specialists, biologists, soil scientists, you name it. We are actually working very closely with Captain Ripley right now on the 50,000 acre burn. He's talking to us as a professionals to make sure that the area is not going to have landslides, that we're not going to damage anything special. So we've been working with him on that, and we work closely with the county, watershed protection, flooding. We are one of your biggest partners, but I do worry about some of these overlays and my clients. And I urge you to vote again for the appellate today. And if you have any questions.
Mr. Chair. In your professional opinion and experience, then, this brushing that you referred to is an actual agricultural function as far as it relates to cattle production?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you, ma'am.
Julie?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, and staff. My name is Julie Bulla. I am a land use consultant, and I primarily have agricultural clients. I also have over 33 years' experience as a land use planner in both the public and private sectors in the county, including 8 years as a senior planner with the Ag Commissioner's Office from 1997 to 2004, where I served as the staff to the Ag Committee, Ag Policy Advisory Committee, and I also have 2 separate stints in the County Planning Division. And in the interest of time and your Commission's attention span, I will try to just focus on items that we haven't talked about before, and I certainly won't go into anything that's been said before at length. But let me say something first about the Scenic Resource Protection Zone. I was at the county when the Scenic Resource Protection Overlay Zone as well as the land use designation in a general plan, was adopted by the board. And I can't emphasize enough that it was certainly my understanding, and I think everyone else's understanding at the time, that the purpose of the zone, as you've heard before, was to protect scenic resources. And I'm sure it's in the documents that were given to you, but I don't think anyone read what exactly the purpose of the zone is from the zoning ordinance. Section 8104-7.1 states that the purpose of this zone are to preserve and protect the visual quality within the viewshed of selected county lakes along the county's adopted scenic highways and at other locations as determined by an area plan, to minimize development that conflicts with the value of scenic resources, and to provide notice to landowners and the general public of the location and value of scenic resources which are of significance to the county. I certainly don't see anything in there about the value of biological habitat. I think if there was, that was one of the purposes. This would be the BR protection zone, not the SRP zone. Also, you've heard at great length about the state and county right to farm ordinances. The only thing I want to say about those is to give you some history. The local ordinance was drafted in 1997 by the Ag Policy Advisory Committee with assistance from myself and county counsel at the time named Andrew Gustafson. He has since retired. Planning staff did not take that ordinance amendment, which is part of the non-coastal and coastal zoning ordinances, to the Planning Commission, to your body, or to Board of Supervisors. I did. So if your commission has any questions regarding the original purpose, the intent, the basis of that, I would be happy to answer those questions. I also wanted to bring to your attention a past zoning ordinance violation, which I find to be particularly relevant to what's going on with this particular violation and this appeal, though that violation I'm going to speak to you about did not occur in the SRP zone, but it has a lot of relevance. Back in around 2001, I believe that Chris Stevens had just been made the planning director for about a couple of months. Ryder Affiliated, which back then was known as Ryder Brothers, had, back then as they do now, hoop structures along one side at the time of 101 between Central Avenue and where the new Springville Road overpass is. You can still see them. Now they're on both sides. They were on, back then as they are now, on property that was owned by the McGrath family. And the manager of the zoning enforcement section at the time pursued a violation on the hoop structures because he claimed that they needed a zoning clearance issued by the planning department and a building permit issued by the building department. Ryder Brothers president called up the ag commissioner. He came to me, and I arranged for us to have some meetings with that manager and planning department. Of course, Ryder did not get any building permits or zoning clearance because they saw this as a standard, acceptable cultural practice that was allowed by state and local ordinance. It was unfortunate because this discussion that we had with the planning staff really degraded. The manager at zoning enforcement section was very assured in his own mind that he was on firm footing and he wasn't going to rescind the violation. So we had a big meeting with the resource management agency director, who was Tom Burke at the time. We had a meeting with Chris Stevens. As I say, he'd only been there a couple of months. We met with the zoning enforcement manager, the executive director of Farm Bureau was there, and myself. And it was a very ugly meeting, one of the ugliest I've ever been to. It degraded into basically myself and the zoning enforcement manager going head to head. But at the end of it all, cooler heads prevailed. And the RMA director directed the planning director, Chris Stevens at the time, and the zoning enforcement manager to rescind the notice of violation, pointing out, as I had pointed out to the zoning enforcement manager, that there was no provision of the zoning ordinance that specifically required zoning clearances or building permits for hoop structures. There was a requirement at the time for shade structures, and that zoning enforcement manager was assuming that they were the same, but they are not. And so the zoning violation at the time was rescinded. That zoning violation on Ryder Brothers operations never reached your commission, never went public. It really is the same thing that should have happened in this case. And I realize that the SRP adds a whole nother color to this, but I still think the initial process is the same. Back then, and for a few years after I ceased to be the senior planner at the Ag Commissioner's office, The ag commissioner was consulted by planning staff and others whenever there was any matter affecting agriculture. And the ag committee was reviewing these proposals too, because the purpose of the ag committee, as determined by the Board of Supervisors when they reconstituted the ag committee in 1996, was to review and address all matters that indirectly and directly affected ag resources in this county. Unfortunately, that does not seem to be the case anymore, where there is this collaboration and projects or any kind of issue that that planning confronts having to do with agriculture, they consult with experts at the Ag Commissioner's office or elsewhere. And as Mr. Pinkerton told you today, the only reason that this violation came before the Ag Committee in the first place is because he heard about it and he insisted that planning bring it to them and put it on their agenda. I do want to say something else, too, about some of the discussion that was presented in correspondence between Rich Atmore and the planning director, and then some interpretations of ag that was mentioned today. There was mentioned by Mr. Atmore that in the letter he received from the planning director, it indicates that the special exemption for cultivated agriculture was intended to be limited to crops that are in production, like oranges or avocados. Boy, that is a new definition to me. That is certainly news to me. And if you look at the definition of agriculture, which is at the very beginning of the zoning ordinance, where there's a whole slew of definitions that apply to the subsequent pages, it identifies that agriculture is grazing as well as crop production for food, fiber, fuel, and ornament. I think that is it is broad, but I think necessarily so. And I certainly think it can be argued that these grasses that are provided for forage is basically a food. The cows are eating it, we're eating the cows. It is agriculture. It's animal husbandry. It's a standard practice. There was also mentioned earlier today about a new definition. I think it was in the presentation by staff, talking about a man-made crop. Well, that's something new. But I would argue that what is going on with this management of the open space area that's subject to this SRP zoning on the property that has the violation is a man-made crop. Because unless there was some management, unless there was not any management with it, as Mr. Atmore described, we wouldn't have those grasses that the cows are now foraging. So basically, it's man-made. It's allowed for the woody brush materials removed so the grasses can come up. And that is an effort that has to be done by man. It's not going to occur naturally. There's one other thing I did want to mention. Oh, I did want to comment about the Board of Supervisors hearing back in 2010 when there was an update to the general plan scenic resource protection designation as well as the overlay zone. There were some update and some additional regulations were put in the zoning ordinance that came before your commission and also the board. I don't recall the planning commission hearing, though I certainly was here, but the board, the whole board hearing in 2010 is very fresh in my mind. And what I remember is a whole slew of growers and ranchers coming up and speaking before the board and expressing concern what the existing SRP regulations, as well as the new ones, were going to do to their existing operations. They were very concerned. And after everyone spoke, the board, staff, continuously reassured everyone that was present that if you were just continuing to operate as you always have, on the property you've always operated on with grazing operations or even ag production, you were going to be fine. No mention was made of a need for discretionary permit. There was some discussion about if you were to expand that new operation into an area that previously hadn't been cultivated or previously not grazed, then that was going to be an issue. But if you were continuing to do your standard agricultural practices allowed by state and local law, that was not going to be an issue.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I recall those hearings, and there was, do you recall that there was a difference between someone who wished to start grape production, for example, that they would clear there was a concern that they would clear the brush and not go through any kind of environmental review, because that would be new or an expansion of what their existing operation was, either grapes or orchards or that kind of thing, so that the prohibition, or not prohibition, but the extra hoop that you would have to go through would be to make sure that there was an environmental review on that, and basically it was silent about livestock.
Continuation of an existing operation.
Yeah.
And what I heard was new. That was the big focus, was new,
Okay.
or expansion, not continuing an operation that's been in existence for over 100 years and has been continuously operated the way it's currently operated.
On that very land.
On that very land.
Yeah.
I do recall, though, despite all the insurances, and county council did not jump in and say, no, there's a misunderstanding, here's what this wording really means. That never occurred. We all walked out talking amongst ourselves, and everyone saying, wow, we still don't feel comfortable. I wonder who's going to be the first entity that gets nailed with a violation. Well, here we are 2 years later today. So what I would ask, as others have asked, I would chime in with everyone else. I would urge your commission to please uphold the appeal and allow this operation that's existed for many years to continue to operate as it's always done. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anika. That concludes the speaker cards I have in support of the appellant. Does anyone else wish to speak?
Mr. Chairman, at the appropriate time, I had reserved time to make our concluding remarks. I don't know if that's appropriate now or later.
You'll have an opportunity for rebuttal.
Okay, or to summarize our case.
Well, we'll call it rebuttal and summary then.
All right, whenever that's appropriate,
Okay.
I want to reserve the opportunity.
All right. We have some speakers in support of the county position. Bruce Smith.
I'm Bruce Smith. I'm a resident at 3457 San Pablo Street, Ventura, California. I am a freelance consultant, for lack of a better, and my client is myself. So I'm here today just to speak as a citizen of this county on the particular issue, and I wish to emphasize a couple of things. First of all, in your deliberation of this issue, remember in balance what has happened in the past when we had no regulations. And this started initially with Dayton Realty under the moniker of agriculture, totally clear-cutted thousands of acres of oak woodlands, as well as other vegetation. It was understood by everybody what they were trying to do was eliminate any evidence of biological or aesthetic resources on the property so they could apply for land use developments to subdivide the property. The property today is now, of course, out at Lake Sherwood. So for every intended action, there's always the unintended consequences. And we're as a former staff member of County Planning Division, it was constantly a balance of trying to balance competing interests, try to provide as much clarity as we could based on the information we had at the time. In the macro sense, just from what I've heard today, I think there are changes that are necessary to the SRP zone. I think there's a proper way to do it. The proper way to do that is to have your commission recommend to the Board of Supervisors that they entertain a budgetary amendment or some other means of financing the preparation of an EIR to redress the issue of the applicability of the SRP zone to areas that are not visible from the different areas that were mentioned previous, lakes, areas specified by an area plan or highways, the Scenic Resource Protection Overlay Zone. Unfortunately, in 2010, the staff was not in a position to make that recommendation because we needed to prepare an EIR to address what the potential adverse impacts to biological resources would have been. And then it would have been up to the Planning Commission and board to consider the pros and cons and make an appropriate decision, perhaps with overriding considerations if you were to approve that amendment. That's the first aspect. The second aspect is when you're trying to apply the ordinance and the definitions and whether or not they meet the definitions, also think about not only this particular property owner, and I believe they're very well intended, they have been established, they regarded this as obviously as ongoing agricultural operation. But remember that if you interpret it, the definitions in a manner that are very broad, then the Dayton Realties who will own land in this county will take advantage of that same loophole. So you need to balance the two. And I think you realize, and I'm sure the staff has recommended, that they're constrained by the simple meaning of the words that are before them. And you're being asked to look over their shoulder, so to speak, and say, is that the right interpretation? If a change is necessary for the ordinance, then so be it. That should be your recommendation rather than perhaps making an exception in this one case. So I won't speak whether or not that's good or bad. In this instance, that is your job to consider. Anyway, I was around in 1982, so if you have any questions.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Brian, I believe it's Troutwine. Please state your name and address, sir.
That is correct. Thank you, sir, Mr. Chair, and Commissioners. I'm Brian Troutwine with the Environmental Defense Center. We have an office right across the street, and the office that I'm located out of is 906 Garden Street, Santa Barbara, California, 93101. We cover the Tri-Counties areas, Ventura, Santa Barbara, and San Luis Obispo. The EDC is a nonprofit public interest environmental law firm, so we represent other nonprofits in environmental issues in the public's interest. And in this case, we represent the California Native Plant Society, a statewide organization dedicated to protecting our botanical resources and rare plant species. We did have a representative from CNPS here this morning. He had to leave, unfortunately, but I'm here to represent that group. I wanted to provide a little background. We were aware, the EDC was aware of this issue last year, back in July and August when it was first coming up. So we're familiar with the situation. We know what's transpired. We've reviewed the notice of violation. We've reviewed the related correspondence, the photographs, the county ordinances, and the staff report. We agree with your staff conclusion, your staff recommendation. The Commission should deny the appeal and uphold the staff's recommendations. Now, this is an area with very high public interest scenic resource values. It also has significant diversity in terms of plant and animal species, as we've heard testimony to today, and a variety of habitats, which help make it so scenic in the first place. The area has very high watershed values. In fact, it's part of the Ventura River watershed. It drains into the river ultimately, and the health of a river, and the Ventura River in this case, is ultimately determined by the health of the watershed. So we do look at this as a watershed issue as well as a scenic resources issue. The subject work did damage the watershed from an environmental standpoint in terms of the watershed functions and values. And just as one example, when land is cleared on a slope, especially when there's erosive soils, sediment is transported down gradient into creeks and ultimately, in this case, the Ventura River. That harms water quality and plant and animal species and sensitive habitats. In this case, we acknowledge that 15 acres were reportedly cleared, and in none of those photographs did I see silt fencing or any other significant erosion control. I may have overlooked it, but I didn't see erosion control measures implemented. So the area does have very high scenic value, and it's correctly placed in this overlay zone, and that's in part because of the native plants and the topography. And it's what makes Ventura really such an amazing, remarkable, beautiful place to live and work. This site is on a prominent ridge, and so again, it's correctly placed in the overlay. Now, the Scenic Resource Protection Overlay Ordinance requires a discretionary permit for clearing over 1,000 square feet of native vegetation in the overlay area. The overlay area is very small countywide. But it's a very clear standard, 1,000 square feet of native vegetation cleared. And that's precisely the situation at hand here on Sulphur Mountain. And no one, I think, has disputed that 1,000 square feet of native vegetation was removed or destroyed. But in this situation, we actually have closer to not 1,000, but 700,000 square feet of native vegetation that was removed or destroyed. That's what I get with 15 acres. So that's a comparison to the 1,000 square foot standard. Now, there's already an exemption for agriculture in the ordinance. That's what we've been talking about all day. And I appreciate all the prior comments on this subject. The exemption for agriculture says that if an area was cleared for agriculture within the last 5 years, that clearing is exempt. That's a very clear standard as well. 5 acres, or 5 years rather, you can really measure that. This land was not cleared for agriculture or any other purposes within 5 years, and therefore this particular exemption does not apply. And as we've heard and seen in the staff report, there are several other ag-related exemptions, but none of them apply to the situation at hand. In looking at some of the photos, there was a picture of some of the downed vegetation, and it was clear that that's mature, dense coastal sage scrub vegetation, which the Department of Fish and Game does recognize as a sensitive plant community. And while it can be viewed as a weed from one perspective, from another perspective, it's a very important community resource. Now, I wanted to just say briefly for you that EDC is a strong supporter of agriculture. We work very closely with farmers, in particular in Santa Barbara County, and landowners on the Gaviota planning process. It's a community plan, a part of the county's general plan that's going through process right now. And we're working with the landowners and farmers to craft appropriate exemptions for agricultural activities, both in the coastal zone and inland areas. And we're also working on appropriate permit levels for agricultural activities. So we're very familiar with agricultural land use and permitting sorts of issues. Here in Ventura County, we're on the AFA, the Ag Futures Alliance, as well in Santa Barbara County. We've got a whole program at EDC dedicated to protecting farmland for our future generations, because that's what it's all about, our future generations. And right now we're working to protect 620 acres of farmland, prime farmland, and important farmland in Camarillo. So I'm getting near the end here. I wanted to say that we do recognize the needs of agriculture, and we recognize the needs of the environment. And this whole issue we heard about balance does come into play. There are existing exemptions, and they are suitable. They are suitable for agriculture. The subject clearing is in an area that's a very high resource-rich area. It's a highly scenic area, and therefore the clearing should not be exempt. The SRP is really only, we looked at the maps, and it was really only a very small percentage, a tiny fraction of this property is affected by the SRP, and it looked like countywide, a very small portion of the county's ag land is affected by the SRP. In terms of balance, I think the ordinance is balanced. It only applies to a very small fraction of the county's ag lands, those that are most important from a visual perspective, and that's why you have that ordinance in place for those very few lands that happen to be affected with this clearing. So in closing, the one other point I would just make is I found it interesting to read in the staff report that if the county ultimately decides that clearing for agriculture over 1,000 square feet is exempt, that seems like it's tantamount to amending this ordinance, or may require amending this ordinance, which would trigger CEQA and I think would result in a significant impact, which would require an EIR. So that might be a route to go, but for now, with the issue before you, we urge you to uphold the staff's recommendation. We think it's advisable that the county should stick with and enforce its existing ordinances. So thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Deborah Task, I believe. Is that correct? Close. Tash.
Deborah Tash, 5777 Balcom Canyon in Somas, and I'm from Citizens Alliance for Property Rights. I'm just here to two brief clarifications. One is the Dayton incident that Mr. Bruce Smith brought up occurred in 1982, and I don't think you can relate ongoing agricultural practices to what a real estate developer did nearly 30 years ago. Also, I'd like to say that you don't need to amend the SRP zone or do an EIR. You just went through an extensive rewrite that Mr. Smith oversaw of the initial study guidelines. All you have to do is properly have staff interpret that this is agriculture and what is agriculture in our county and how we value it. And thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the speaker cards that I had. Does anybody else wish to speak? Mr. Case, rebuttal, summary?
Yes, sir. I was thinking as I started my earlier remarks that whenever you say you represent Sulphur Mountain Land and Livestock Company, LLC, it sounds terribly large and powerful. But then I realized everybody hears all the advertisements on the radio that every private citizen ought to have their own LLC and Inc. And so I hope you didn't draw the wrong conclusions by the way that it's named, because these are ranchers. Secondly, as I listen to all of this, I'm struck by the concept of life as a prism, and you read and understand what's going on around you based on that prism, pretty much. When I read these sections, being the son of a cattle rancher, I read them in a way that seemed perfectly obvious to me. And then when I read the staff report, saw that they took a different meaning. It doesn't mean that necessarily anybody was trying to do anything incorrectly. It means we were working within the prisms that we knew. And I suspect that if you lived in Wyoming, this wouldn't be a big issue. We wouldn't be wrestling with some of the issues we did here today. If you looked earlier in this week's Ventura Star, either in print or on the web, they had an article about Wyoming facing a catastrophe because they do a lot of dry land pastures there and dry land hay farming. And they can't get enough feed to feed their cattle, so people are having to sell the cattle, which means they won't have them to propagate their firms in the years coming. So if you were to come to a group like this and talk about the issue of whether or not grasslands are an agricultural crop, they would wonder why you even brought the conversation up, because it's so clear to them. It's less clear to us who live in the city because we don't think about these things in the terms that the cattle people use. Now, I'm not going to spend my time telling you that cows are wonderful and that we all ought to be out there enjoying the outdoors, because we've had a lot of people telling you about that. But I would like to, if I can, narrow in on what I think the real issues are in this case. But I do think you had to hear that information, because if you didn't understand the prism, what I'm about to say wouldn't make as much sense. And in this case, the prism's important because there's been much parsing of language. Language has been thrown around, particularly in the staff report, in a way that's disturbing to me, and I want to come back and explain that. But that's in the overlay that during the presentation made by staff, they admitted that they've been struggling with this issue and what this language means. And they said to you, but don't worry about all of that, just worry about the case that you have here today, and we can worry about squaring this language away, we can worry about the ambiguities, we can worry about getting a sense of fairness out of these rules at another time, at another forum, at another place. Well, that sounds nice unless you're the citizen who's being confronted by government and being told that you have horrendous penalties awaiting you if you've made the wrong decision dealing with this ambiguous language. It's even worse if you look at it and say, I don't understand what you're saying because I think you're parsing through the words, and that's what I do want to talk about. I don't think we can just ignore the fact that there are ambiguities. I think we have to look directly at them and try to figure out what they mean. I'm going to do that, but in passing, let me say, part of the heart of the county presentation, which was really disturbing to me because I didn't think it had gone quite that far, was I heard, and some other people heard, maybe it wasn't meant that way, but that it's their position, essentially, that you have to have a permit to raise cattle in the SRP. I don't think that was ever the intention of the SRP, that anybody who wanted to graze cattle had to have a discretionary permit to do it. It purely wasn't the intention of anybody who owned the property or anybody who would have to pay the money to go through that kind of process. It is true that only a portion of this property is in the SRP, and there's been some discussion as to whether or not it is in the portion that can be seen. I think all would recognize that even though this is aimed at scenic views, the fact of it is they all admit that there are some portions of it that can't be seen from any of the viewpoints that are the subject of the resolution that adopted this. And that is, the idea is, what can you see from a lake, or what can you see from certain county-approved roadways? It's our contention that you cannot see this from the local lake, Casitas. You can't see it from the roads. There's been no evidence that you can. Now, you can see it once you go up into the hillsides and once you take the back road. Now, I'm not suggesting that that ends the question. What I'm saying is that's a factor for you to take into account when looking at the other things that we're going to be talking about. It's also of interest that if what we had done was actual grading, rather than just scraping the earth, and I'm going to come to that issue, it would be exempt if you couldn't see it. But we're talking about something less than that, so they're claiming that it's not exempt, even though it's a less consequence than the thing that would be exempt. Kind of a confusion, but it's necessarily there. The SRP is approximately 55,000 acres. You heard that earlier in the testimony. Of that, and we took a measurement by looking down on the maps and everything, it's our conclusion that only 264 acres of that is acreage that has to do with trees or those kinds of crops. That is less than 0.5%. So it's hard to start with the premise that the exception in the SRP that relates to the agricultural exception could only apply to those kind of crops when they're less than 0.5%. It also does not make sense when the majority of the property in the SRP is all zoned as cattle grazing. So one would start with the proposition that when you use the word agriculture in an SRP resolution, would in fact be thinking about grazing when in fact 99% of the property, which is not populated or water, is in fact grazing property. And that's the prism I start off wrong in this. I'm saying if I know that ahead of time, why wouldn't I read these agricultural phrases to take that into account? The Planning Commission, the Planning Department does not. Secondly, if I look at the context of this, if you look at the 1947 topographical map for this, it clearly shows the area we're talking about is pasture. You can see rings, which coincidentally, and I appreciate the county having marked the boundaries of what we did in there, because it matches where you see what looks like pasture land on a map that's what, I hate to say how old it is because I'm older than it is, but it's old. It's been around a long time. And if we look to the aerials that they use, in fact, the commission members were picking up on that. Again, what we're talking about are areas which are different than the rest. Why are they different from the rest? Because they've been farmed, they've been grazed, they've gotten this treatment this entire time. Again, it's hard to think that people doing this would have ignored that. Now, there's been a lot of talk about their right to farm. I'm not going to discuss all those issues, but I am going to say to you that on the one hand, the county wants to protect valued resources, protected species, although that specific term has not been used here. But I think the importance of the Right to Farm Act is that farming is a protected thing of its own. It's something that you can weigh in this process. Again, it's part of the prism, and we don't want to get lost in that. You could hear the frustration in Bud Sloan's voice is, why do I have to go on year after year telling people that cattle ranching is agriculture? Well, to people who are around it, it's obvious. To people who aren't, it's not so obvious. But the Right to Farm Act does, as Section 3482.5 of the Civil Code, does actually say that the raising of livestock is in fact farming that they're trying to protect, and any practices performed in that process. Now the question becomes, well, that's all well and good, but we still have statutes and ordinances we have to live with. So what did they say? It's our belief, and let's go first to the issue of the work and the pastures, if I can call them that, that it is exempt. Because when you look at the section, there are a couple provisions which we do think are relevant, and I'm going to argue one of them more than I am the other, because we've already had discussion on the other. But as I'm sure you remember, Exemption 4 provides for removal of agricultural crops. Now you're saying to yourself, well, what did you remove here? I ask you to look at the statement presented by the manager for the applicant, the appellant in this case, and what he describes is we had pastures in which there was grassland, and they had some other sagebrush, other things growing in there, shrubs, things of that sort. We needed to reseed it, we needed to replant it. How did we do that? We did it by a bulldozer. Now, first thought, if you're from the city, is bulldozer sounds pretty powerful to me. Second thought, if you work for the United States government and for the department that oversees all of this, that's the ordinary way that you do it. And he describes that we wanted to just scrape the top to get the shrub off because it was choking out the grass that we had there. I think that's consistent with the pictures. There's grass, but there's scrub going up among it, and we've heard testimony that that's the way it naturally happens because you've got to keep coming back because the scrub keeps coming back and fighting it as it gets tougher than the cattle, although they eat the younger versions of it. And they cleaned it off with a blade. And what he said was, we wanted to renew this pasture, so we bladed it, and we had to take off the very top portion of it. We had to scrape it off because we were replanting it with seed. And if you throw the seed in there without having done that, it has nothing to germinate in, nothing to grow in. So when he went in there and pulled out that old crop to plant his new crop, he was clearly removing an agricultural crop. Now, of course, the county would say, how can you call grass with some scrub in it as an agricultural crop? And we say, if you look in the balance of the provisions, that you find that. If you look in section 8107.25.2, where it describes commercial agriculture, it is crop production for feed and animal husbandry. Those are two of the examples. If you look in the federal government publications that we introduced here earlier, you see again that these are treated as crops, the rancher's most important crop. So when they went in to renew this portion, and as the pictures show, as each year goes by, it becomes more paramount to go in and reseed and redo what you do there. They did it. If you have the luxury of a fire coming through so you don't have to tear it out, then you can do it right after the fire. But the fact is, all they did was, in the usual and customary way, as recommended by the United States government, as recommended by virtually every other agricultural concern who you've heard from here today, they went in with a blade, scraped the top, seeded it, and continued on with what's been going on there for 100 years, although I would doubt 100 years ago they had a bulldozer. But in fact, it's the same process. Now, on that point, I would like to turn to, and this, I'm confused by this, the letter in the staff's package of November 17, 2011. This was mentioned by Mr. Atwater during his presentation. There's two particular thoughts in the middle of the page where it says vegetation removal. It said, had your client merely trimmed back the natural vegetation, there would be no violation. Now that follows a sentence in which she says, while the SRP ordinance would allow for customary and necessary maintenance of a forage crop within the SRP overlay zone, removal or destruction of native vegetation down to mineral soil is not considered customary and necessary maintenance. Had your client merely trimmed back the natural vegetation, there would be no violation. Now, that's a perplexing statement of county position for me, because if we had trimmed back more than 1,000 feet of, which we did, of natural vegetation, the county planning director is saying that wouldn't be a violation of this ordinance. The only difference that comes from it is we did it with a blade. And she says her problem with that is it's not the usual and customary way of doing that. I offer to you the different prism. In fact, that is the usual and customary way in which it's done. And I'd like to think that if they had that information at the time they started this process, they would have come to a very different conclusion. Now, one can argue and say, Mr. Case, I think you're struggling to try to find language to fit what's going on here. And I would say, well, if you start off with our prism, you have no struggle at all. If you're on the other side, who says, well, the language is a little ambiguous, we're trying to deal the best with it we can, and it's a struggle. That was the word that was used. It's a struggle to figure out what to do with this. I say to you, you resolve that struggle by looking at what's going on in the county for years. You look at it, what's going on at the time this overlay was adopted, and you look at what farming practices are. You go to the federal government and see what they do, and you resolve the struggle in that way. And at the end of that, you say, I still can't decide. Then I say, and this is my conclusion, but I'll jump there early, that is, well, is it fair to take the citizen who is trying to make a living following these rules and say to him, we couldn't figure out what it is, we'll figure out on another day what it means, but in the meanwhile, we're going to put you through hell. We're going to give you a notice of violation which triggers all these events, and as her letter says, you have a solution. You can ask for 2 discretionary permits. By the way, each one of them are going to require secret review, and each one will require mitigation on the property as probably off the property. That means years, that means lots of money. If there's all these kinds of doubts, why do we ask the citizen rancher to do this? It's our business as government to resolve these things. If we think they're unclear, we can clear them up. And it's your job here to decide whether or not the citizen farmer has disobeyed the law and needs to be punished with a violation. And once you do that, of course, all the other things kick in that you don't have much control of or direct control of. All right, the second question. They're saying that, well, you altered or committed alterations under the trees. Now, maybe it's because I'm a trial lawyer by trade. I shouldn't say those words here because I know some people get bothered by them, although I do business and real estate cases. I would think if you're going to say that the applicant here altered something, you would explain to me how it is that they altered it. What does that mean? I mean, again, I come from a prism that says altered is kind of a strange word to me. How do you alter an oak tree environment? And true enough, you've watched this entire presentation in which nobody has showed you a single tree which was knocked down. Nobody has shown you a single tree which had a broken limb. Nobody has shown you a single tree that had anything evident to it that had been harmed. Nobody showed you a single thing about the ground underneath that tree that indicated it was going to be unhealthy. Nobody showed you any parked heavy-duty equipment, which is what the ordinance talks about. You can't park heavy-duty equipment under it. Nobody showed you a picture of that or even said it occurred. The best they could do was saying, well, the bulldozer must have driven under one of these when it went by. Evidently, they don't know about the bars on the side of the bulldozers that do the cleaning and the raking. But what I'm saying to you is, if they're going to try to attach all these consequences to our client, wouldn't you think they would at least give us the courtesy of showing us the evidence, telling us what it is that they did? And further, they might even explain what alter means. And there is some guidance in the provisions on that. And we heard very little attention being paid to what those descriptions are. But it means to prune, cut, trim, poison, overwater. I'm not finished yet. I didn't see any of those things happening. Or otherwise damage or invade the protected zone, and damage, we didn't hear about any damage, or invade the protected zone of a tree, or to cause such alterations. Invasion of the protected zone shall include such activities as trenching. Did you see any trenches? I did not. Digging, placement of heavy equipment, vehicles, or materials within the protected zone. So if we were to be ordered to apply for a permit and to go through all of this, and none of these things have occurred, why are we doing an EIR report to figure out how to avoid any of these things occurring if in fact there's no damage to correct? Why are we spending all that money? What's the point? Unless it's for the county just to demonstrate to the ranchers that they are in control and the ranchers are not. If that's the only point, I suspect that there's some merit to it. But I don't think that's the kind of merit that you should agree with. As in the statement that we provided to you, we can't honestly say we looked at this section and said, aha, we have an exception, we're going to go out and do what we did. The applicant, the appellant in this case, was frankly not aware that this portion of their property was subject to these restrictions. Despite that, when you look at the pictures, you can see that the scraping work goes around the trees and that they're trying to be good stewards. I can't say to you that we looked at this and said, aha, we're exempt because we see this particular section. But I can say that what they were doing is what ranchers have done for years and years and years around here. And it's the ordinary kind of ranching that goes on. And it's the kind of thing that's covered by the exemption that there is. And I can't understand a world where they say, had you simply cut all these shrubs off at the ground, we would not be bothering you. But because you use a blade, we are. I don't see that in the ordinances either. It's a tough ordinance. I would bet this room's not larger than it's probably about 1,000 square feet in itself, but that's just 20 by 50. One of the questions for you is, do you decide that you, by taking action against this rancher, do you decide that every rancher in there is limited to that kind of activity, even if it's a natural and ordinary course of farming? Well, what is, as you can see, I don't think they've established their case, quite frankly. The exemption applies. If there's confusion, which they claim there is, the confusion is to the benefit of the appellant in this case. They can't be expected to understand things that even the planning department itself does not understand. If they think that there needs to be work done on this, you've heard lots of volunteers who said they would help work on this. And I have to reject their proposal as to how you should resolve these doubts. You know, their proposal is, well, if you let these guys get away with it, the whole thing just falls apart. And I'm saying to you, how many of these violations, if you had come to you in this period of time, how much of a problem has this been? And then secondly, if you're unsure as to what to do, why are you going to inflict that on the Ventura County residents who have simply tried to carry on the traditions of this county in this kind of environment? The pain for them is terrific. If in fact you sustain the appeal, all it is a message to ranchers of guess what? You can do what you were doing, which we had no problem with to start with for many, many years. And secondly, will there have been any harm to the environment? And I say not. Because as I started this presentation, I asked you, was a single tree injured? No. Is anything worse than it was before? No. Is the land actually better than it was before? Yes. That's been all the testimony. So why, under all those facts, would you choose to use your power to punish this Ventura County rancher under those circumstances? Thank you.
You have questions?
Whose cattle are grazing that land? Who's the rancher of that land?
Well, the rancher actually is Sulphur Mountain Land and Livestock. It's managed by another company. They've hired a private manager to do that.
Is the private manager a realtor?
No.
Is Sulphur Mountain Livestock and et cetera, et cetera?
It's real people.
Is it a realtor? Are they a realty company?
No, no. It's.
Do they have other real estate holdings for purposes of development?
No.
So was the purpose of the clearing, the brushing, was the purpose to allow development on that land?
No. And you can't develop this land. It's grazing land. The county taxes it on that basis. It's zone agriculture. There is no roadway you can use to get there, except if you want to walk up Sulphur Mountain Road, unless you're one of the privileged persons who's allowed to drive it. There is no way you can develop this property. It's undevelopable. It's 40-acre minimum acreage also.
Thank you.
Any further? Thank you, Mr. Case.
Oh, wait, one more thing. The original notice of violation, you said you noticed that we didn't have that. Do you have that? The notice of the NOV?
Yes.
What's it say?
And after I made that comment, I saw one sentence. You might stretch into what I'm talking about, but I do have it. I made copies.
You know what? I cannot hear you.
Oh.
Could you speak into the microphone?
Sure.
You also
Do you have the
it.
NOV?
It's Exhibit 8.
Exhibit 8.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Is that an exhibit?
Is that the one you're referring to, Exhibit 8?
It should be dated September 8th, 2011.
Yes, that's it.
Okay, if you have that.
Thank you.
You're on. Staff rebuttal.
Thank you very much, Chair Onstott. I do want to respond to Mr. Case because he was up here recently, and then I will have a few other responses. I know Mr. Case has said that the county seems confused. I don't believe I used the word confused. I used the word struggle. I used the word struggle because I have the testimony and the evidence from both the Planning Commission and the board who already visited this issue. So I think it's very important, and since you used the word prism, the county views this through a CEQA prism and the intent of the ordinance, and that's the only thing that we're doing here. We're not trying to be punitive at all to your client, but I want to really direct your attention to a memo that was prepared for you. It was dated February 11th, 2010. I'll enter it into the record. It was Exhibit 14 of the board packet, the April 6, 2010 board packet. And your commission on January 21st, 2010, conducted a public hearing on Phase 2 of the Scenic Resource Protection Program. Now, you're going to have to remember that on Phase 2, this was directed for us to do. It was work directed by the Board of Supervisors on July 2009, and they directed staff to revisit the SRP ordinance to exempt from discretionary permit processes small structures and structures that cannot be seen from public vantage points. That was our work scope. we came back and we had done that work. We had came to January 21st, 2010, and your commission conducted a public hearing, and at that time you took public testimony and you closed the public hearing, and your commission voted to continue the hearing until February 18th of 2010 to enable the planning staff to research and report back to your commission on 5 issues. And one of the issues was this very issue, the addition of an exemption, and this is critical, the exemption for agriculture didn't apply before 2008. The Scenic Resource Protection Overlay Zone prior to 2008 was a 50 cubic yard threshold. 50 cubic yards? Didn't matter whether you were grazing, whether agriculture, building the Taj Mahal, it didn't matter. It just said if you're going to grade over 50 cubic yards of material, you were going to get a permit. So therefore, the CEQA baseline and threshold was there was no agricultural exemption before 2008. But when we did the 2008 and the 10 hearing, it came up in public testimony, and you directed staff to go back and take a look at that and report back, which we did on February 18th. And what we said, basically, is that it wasn't a threshold issue before 2008. That was very important. But what we also said is we didn't discuss that in the negative declaration that we prepared for the board-directed project because that wasn't in front of us. So although we thought that that issue could be discussed at a later date, we let your commission know that that would be an EIR because there was scenic resource designated area overlays that have important biological resources. So we can't just ignore that. We can't just say it's okay to take out native vegetation when the baseline was never there before. So we said it could be done, but the potential expansion of agricultural development into existing native vegetation could result in significant adverse impacts. So our recommendation to you at that time was amending the ordinance to provide a blanket agricultural exemption or even a significant expansion beyond the 1,000 square feet of vegetation removal could result in significant biological resource impacts, and therefore an EIR would be needed instead of the negative declaration. And the preparation of an EIR would be both time and delay and expense, which would be inconsistent with the direction of the Board of Supervisors. So we said, thus, the staff does not recommend the proposed agricultural exemption at this time. And you agreed that wasn't passed on. That was we didn't address it. We maybe could in the future. Maybe we should. It looks to me that its time has come. I'm happy to talk about it, but I really want to direct your attention to the CEQA problem that would happen and the fact that we're talking about one violation case. Not a lot of what I heard today was very good and relevant and compelling testimony for a legislative fix, but that's not in front of you. And so when I hear all of this testimony that says the planning department didn't talk to anybody, they didn't go out, they didn't consult with the agricultural community, there was so much consulting done when we had done this part of it, and that is part of the whole record. The very narrow issue in front of me at the time was native vegetation removed, and native vegetation is defined in the code. I didn't need to go out to the Ag Commissioner's office or anybody else to ask that question because the code that your commission recommended to the board and the board adopted already gave me the answers to that. So that is the quandary that we're in. It's not that I disagree with anything that has been said today. It's just that the process to make that happen didn't happen. And it was clearly part of the record that was before your commission in 2010. You would ask the question. So to me, that question has been asked and answered. I don't find that there's any confusion on it. I say the struggle with it was that our planning commission struggled. They sent our staff back to respond to it in a very lengthy memo, and we responded, and you took action. That was the struggle I was referring to. Just to go through...
May
sure.
I... It's my recollection, though, that what we were talking about was the expansion of, say, an avocado grove, that someone couldn't go in and expand their avocado grove to clear out native vegetation.
That was another issue. That was issue number 2. Clarify that the exemption of removal of agricultural crops would also allow for vegetation removal in areas that have been fallow for a limited period of time. That question we consulted with Ben Faber, the PhD farm advisor, Henry Gonzalez. I mean, that question was asked and answered in a separate discussion. And that was the very narrow discussion on fallow fields, and that was limited to crop. There's a whole discussion on that. So I'm not doubting that the issue of grazing and grazeland and ranch land management should be fully discussed and vetted. And I have a lot of sympathy for Bud Sloan that's saying that, you know, he wants agricultural should be all in one, and I agree with that, right? And I think that maybe the code should be able to be written to reflect that. But that discussion is separate and apart from was 1,000 square feet removed, right? Unfortunately, that was the very narrow issue in front of me at the time. So
But if we go back, okay.
Does staff have anything further?
I wanted to talk just about a couple of other things, too. I think Council Kwong is going to talk a little bit about the right to farm ordinance, because I don't believe that we have or have made any case that there is any violation of the right to farm ordinance at all. A couple of other things that were said by Mr. Atmore, I did clarify with him at a break about the map. He said the map was missing from the website, and I did point out where it is located. The map of the SRP is located in the Ojai Valley Area Plan, which is on the website, and so I did direct him to that. I did hear some testimony today, maybe from Mr. Chatfield, that said that he looked up the zoning on the property and it was AE 40, and that's true. A portion of the property is zoned AE 40, and a portion of the property is zoned AE 40/SRP. It has an overlay on it. Like many areas of the county, we have a mineral resource overlay, we have a scenic resource overlay, we have a Santa Monica Mountains overlay, and so it's your zoning / your overlay, and the zoning on this property is correct. I also heard Mr. Atmore wanted to talk about the totality of this ranch, and the totality of the ranch being 2,000 acres, and really understanding that this is only a very, very small part, less than 1% of this ranching, that requires, at this point anyway, an additional level of review. So it's not like if he moved 100 feet in another direction, right, out of the SRP overlay, we wouldn't be having this conversation, with the exception of the tree protection ordinance, which I'd like to talk about separately. That applies. It applies countywide with the exception of the coastal area, but it also has more stringent requirements in the scenic resource protection overlay. And Winston Wright is here from he enforces our tree protection ordinance, and he can talk to you a little bit more in detail about that, but I did want to just get that on the record. And then I wanted to apologize to Mr. Pinkerton that in our slide presentation, when I was happily enjoying myself in Washington, so I wasn't able to be there, we did inadvertently include a photo of a sumac tree, which is not a protected tree, and we do apologize for that, but the 3 trees that we did show today are protected trees in the scenic resource protection, so we did make a mistake there. He also asked about an arborist, or why we didn't prepare an arborist report, so the county doesn't do that. What happens is if you violate the tree protection ordinance, there's a notice of alleged violation that goes out, and then you have an opportunity to say whether or not that tree has been harmed or not. So really, running heavy equipment over a tree could kill the tree, right? We have a lot of experience from that, and that's what altercation means, and Winston can talk about that in a little bit more detail. So it's just to say that somebody needs to go out there and make sure that what did happen is going to be fine, and that tree is going to survive that, and that happens often here through the tree protection regulations. I think that's really what I wanted to cover, unless you had some additional questions for me, but I did want Robert to talk about the right to farm, and Winston to be able to talk about the tree permits, just for clarity.
Robert?
Thank you, Chair Onstad, and through the chair to the Commission, Robert Kwong, Assistant County Counsel, representing RMA Planning at this point. just a couple first really quick hits first. Non-coastal zoning ordinance 8101-4.10 contemplates and provides for the planning director to interpret the code as she sees fit when and if there is some missing term or a term that may not be defined to the satisfaction of people who are specialized in that area. It clearly states in that section that it would be impossible for the code to contain every definition and every term to its nth degree, to its fullest and current status, and it allows the planning director the power and the authority to make those interpretations. And I think that you heard from Kim this morning and through her staff as well that that interpretation was done pursuant to the code, and it is allowed by code, approved by the Board of Supervisors.
Is the Planning Commission also allowed its interpretation as well?
That section does not speak to the Planning Commission's interpretation of that, and there is a inference through that section that there should be deference given to the planning director's interpretation of the code that she is directed to enforce. And that takes me to my second quick hit point, which is in section 8114. It clearly states that the planning director has the sole right and discretion to enforce the provisions of that code. It doesn't mention anybody else. It doesn't mention the ag commissioner, doesn't mention any type of planning, other advisory groups. She solely has that authority by code, again, approved by the Board of Supervisors as the way that this is to be done. Third quick hit. There is a provision in the Ventura County Ordinance, section 13,000, and it's called the Nuisance Abatement Ordinance. And that is an ordinance that specifically gives the enforcement officer in the various contexts of the county to use that nuisance abatement as a way to deal with violations. That section was not used in this case. This is not a nuisance abatement action. And that primarily is the problem with a lot of what you've heard this morning, which is that there seems to be an idea that this action is a nuisance action taken by the planning director and the enforcement staff against Sulphur Mountain. This is not a nuisance action. It's not a nuisance action in equity. It's not a nuisance action in law. It's not a nuisance action in ordinance. It's not a public nuisance. It's not a private nuisance. This is a code violation enforcement action. And on that very basis, Civil Code Section 3482.5A1 does not apply. That section only speaks to immunizing existing agriculture from a public and private nuisance action. That's all it does. It immunizes existing agriculture that is done in accordance with custom and practice from a public and private nuisance action. It does not insulate, protect, preclude, prevent in any way code violations by existing agriculture. It does not. So this entire argument, this constant refrain that is being used by the supporters of the appellant in this matter really can just be put off to the side. Doesn't apply. It's not relevant. I think it's also important to understand that the code section that is being enforced here is an overlay zone. And I think it's important to understand what overlay zoning is. And there seems to be a misunderstanding of what that is. Overlay zoning is a regulatory tool that is practiced throughout the United States that creates a special zoning district placed over an existing base zone which identifies special provisions in addition to and in supplementation to those in the underlying base zone. Overlay district can share common boundaries with the base zone or cut across base zone boundaries. Regulations or incentives are attached to overlay district to protect a specific resource or guide development within a specific area. Potential uses of overlay zoning are preservation and enhancement of the rural character of an area, management of stormwater, preservation of forestry integrity, preservation of sensitive area and wildlife habitat, protection of aesthetics of the natural environment. And that's exactly what you have here. You have the Board of Supervisors, through its local land use power given to it by the state constitution, Article 11, Section 7, to implement those types of overlay zone provisions. And so that there's
So
no
was that language that you just read, was that part of the SRP that you were reading from?
That's a general definition
So that
of an overlay
wasn't the
zone.
SRP overlay zone?
I'm beginning with a general understanding of an overlay zone, and that overlay zone which is before you now in Section 8109, is pursuant to that general definition. And so that overlay zone supplements existing regulations of any area, whether it be AE zone or an OS zone or a CPD zone, whatever that case might be. So it's important to keep that in mind and know that states and the case law involving this whole area of what local land use can do on top of state law, it's clear that if it is of a localized nature, local ordinances can also apply on top of existing state law. So there's no conflict here whatsoever between what is provided by state law and what is allowed for in local ordinance. And so with all that in mind, I think that what you have here is that you have the planning director enforcing the zoning code as she has been directed to do. And it is not her province to then look under the covers and say, maybe I can interpret what that is at this point in time, but apply it as best as I can given the language that is there, and to do so with some integrity and fidelity to the language as she has it. And if there is going to be, as is suggested by many people here, and I agree with Ms. Prilhart, that there's been an eloquent statement by many people, in particular the real ranchers out here, who are claiming that there should be a legislative fix. And that's fine. There is a process for that. It just happens not to be this process. And so for all of those reasons, I would urge the Commission to uphold the violation in this case and deny the appeal.
I have another question. The issue before the Planning Commission is whether or not the notice of violation in question was properly issued. Is that right?
That is correct.
So I'm looking at Exhibit 8, and I see what the violation is, and it's number 1, non-permitted grading resulting in an excavation or fill more than 2 feet in height, etc. So is that the notice of violation that is before us, and whether or not that was properly issued?
It says non-permitted grading resulting in an excavation or fill of more than 2 feet in height and or grading that involves an area of 1,000 square feet or larger in a scenic resource protection overlay zone to include but may not be limited to roads, site pads, or removal of native vegetation, and the failure to obtain the required permits in accordance with the tree protection regulations for alteration, felling, or removal of protected trees in an SRP overlay zone in violation of Sections 8109.4 and 8107.25.
Right, I read it. I read it. You read it again, and it says grading.
I think the key thing here is the and or. The and or is both
And or
and
grading.
or.
And or grading that
involves an area of 1,000 square feet or larger in the SRP overlay zone.
And then sub to that, and my grammar is, if I was diagramming this sentence, I would go to grading. That's what I do. When I'm deciding something, it's like a sifter or a funnel or something. There's big holes, and then you sit things down. The first thing is, was there non-permitted grading resulting in excavation or fill more than 2 feet in height? No. And or, here's more. Was there grading that involved an area 1,000 square feet or larger in the SRP overlay zone? That's what I read. So I get stuck, it doesn't fit through the little sifter because it's grading. Was there grading? And what's before us is whether or not the notice of violation in question was properly issued.
I think it's properly issued because it quotes the section in accordance to 8109-4, standards and overlay for special purpose zones, and then he talks about it. So, it's hard to, who wrote the violation is the Code Compliance Department, right? So they also are looking at the code and then depending on me to bring it down here to you. So I think it's dangerous to parse specific words when we are absolutely citing the sections of the code.
And the thing that I'm struggling with is I remember the hearings, I remember the intent, and I remember the assurances that protection of these scenic areas had a specific purpose, and that specific purpose was to maintain the scenery. That it was a fix for people who were having all kinds of structures up, which kind of littered the landscape, and there was a lot. The intent of the scenic overlay zone for that area was to maintain that scenic quality, not to prohibit, ranching and perfectly ordinary practices that go with cattle ranching.
And I'm not saying that it's prohibiting cattle ranching. I'm saying that there was no CEQA analysis done prior to 1988. It wasn't allowed. I'm sorry, prior to 2008, it wasn't allowed. And there was no discussions, or there wasn't any ordinance put in play by the planning, or by recommendation from your planning commission to the board that made it otherwise.
There was no. What was not permitted prior to 2008? What did you just say?
If you removed 50 cubic yards of grading was the prior to 2008 standard. Agricultural, not agriculture, it required a permit. So in 2008 and in 2010, that wasn't changed.
Thank you.
You want to take a minute or two?
No, let's take a minute or two. I mean, everybody's got nothing else to do the rest of the day, right? I can't bill anybody after this.
Commissioner
anyway, so.
Onstott, I'm sorry just to interrupt, but did you want any testimony at all from Winston Wright regarding the tree or tree permit or any of that before he leaves, or no?
Yes, we should have that. I'm sorry. Winston, would you please approach?
Thank you, Chairman Onstott, Planning Commission. My name is Winston Wright. I'm a permit coordinator, and I worked originally with architect Michael Faulkner, and then later with Mr. Atmore, who both represented the property owner when they came to the counter to discuss this issue and getting the notice of violation. And some of the early conversations were what was the violation, and the clearing was clearly the issue of native vegetation and then alteration of trees in the SRP. And the SRP has additional development standards which require tree permits when any property owner or individual alters or destroys any protected tree, or any trenching, excavation, or applying of poisons within the drip line or within 15 feet of the trunk of a protected tree. And it refers back to the tree regulations and the definition that Mr. Case quoted on alteration has a clause that clarifies it includes certain actions which include invasion. And in staff's opinion, the root zone of those trees, and there were 140 according to a document that was presented to the planning staff by Mr. Atmore's arborist. There were 140 trees involved, and the extent of the damage, if there was any, was not clarified at the time at the counter. So a lot of the discussion was, well, we need to look at that issue. And what the evidence was provided to me at the counter were pictures of clearly brush clearing with heavy equipment really close to, adjacent to, and immediately against protected trees, 140 of them. So when you say you must get a permit for clearing vegetation in the SRP at the same time, and it's not a secondary permit, but it would be within that same action, the whole of the action would be looked at, and a tree permit would be required for that alteration event. And an arborist would go out and evaluate, and in this case, staff would go out and look at the trees and see if there had been damage. And it wouldn't necessarily preclude them from obtaining that permit if it was done in a manner that was appropriate in accordance with ISA standards, which is the Arborist, the International Society of Arborists requirements. So in general, when we do a tree permit, the trees that are going to be affected, we try to do our best to work with arborists to avoid going into drip zones and minimizing the impacts, the potential impacts that could occur. So it isn't that you couldn't get the permit, it's that we would like to look at and evaluate that and discuss that with an arborist if those actions were to occur. In our opinion, alteration did occur with the type of clearing that occurred underneath and against these trees. And there were clarifications early in the conversations that Californica, the black walnut, were removed, small ones. And how small, have no idea, didn't get to look at the issue. It's on private property. But it was presented to me that, yes, there were small stands of California walnut that were removed, and that these trees, it was very clear that the tractor with the blade was up against the trunk of these trees, and we generally ask that applicants avoid those kind of events and would do actions more in keeping with clearing by hand, avoiding them if possible. Do you really need to go into this stand here? Can you get your objectives? So the intent of the tree protection ordinance has provisions within it. If you're going to be doing the alteration, we want to make sure it's done safely, and we want to avoid it if possible if you can get your development objective or your clearing objective taken care of. So it isn't that the tree protection ordinance is put in place to say you cannot alter. In fact, there's many provisions for agricultural expansion. There's ministerial permits that would be granted. If a farmer wanted to remove 5 trees, they wouldn't even necessarily need to get a permit from us other than coming in and saying, we're going to do this action. Here's my farm plan to expand my agriculture. Thank you very much for your time. I'm going to go and do this. So I would accept that, keep it in the record, and that's what the ordinance details out for tree protections. And in the SRP, and I'm going to end with this, the tree protection ordinance in general, countywide, only protects oak trees and sycamore trees, and specifically Quercus agrifolia, don't ask me why, and heritage trees and historical trees. But in the SRP, there's actually 13 species that are protected. So it goes back to, if you're in the SRP, the Board of Supervisors have adopted development standards that are above what would be required in other parts of the unincorporated county.
I have a question. This is the first time that I've heard anyone say that any protected tree was removed in your reference to the black walnut.
They were very small, so they weren't necessarily protected, but we don't know that. It was because we were in the field. It was told to me by the representative who came to the counter and talked to me initially. And we said, well, we need an evaluation by an arborist to see if there was any damage. Mr. Atmore provided a highlight. It wasn't a complete arborist report that we would normally get. It was a highlight. It was basically a summary detailing that there was 143 trees that were surveyed, and it appears that where brush clearing occurred underneath their drip lines, and that it probably didn't cause long-term damage because it was done in the summer. It didn't compact the soils underneath the tree because it wasn't wet. So those are the kind of things, if we were going to give a permit, maybe that's what we would want them to do, but it doesn't preclude them from getting a permit from us if they're going to be doing work, and specifically alteration of these trees. And staff does feel the definition of alteration applies in this situation. So the trees were altered. Work was done underneath, in adjacent to, and up against these trees. And some of this work is the work that we would generally require to be distanced away and either done in a different manner.
At the time of the citation, was the county able to verify any damage to any of these trees, or have they verified any damage to any of these trees any time since up to today?
It's been verified that the brush has been cleared with mechanical means, and it's not apparent that any of these trees were damaged, no, but it doesn't necessarily mean that work that would require a permit wasn't done.
Well, I understand that. My question simply stated is, were these trees damaged or were they not? Or do we have any evidence to support that they were damaged at any point in time?
Only photo evidence. The photo evidence that was
By
provided.
damage, you mean that the drip line was invaded?
The drip line was invaded with a scraper, yes. A scraping mechanical.
Well, I have a
cleaner.
very difficult time equating that with damage. Thank you, sir. Any other questions?
Well, do we have photos that so the clearing of the brushing that occurred underneath the trees meets the county standard of invaded?
Alteration.
Alteration, okay.
And yes.
And that is because the root systems of the trees are close to the surface and could be inadvertently damaged.
The tree protection ordinance sets a protected zone around the tree, which is underneath the drip line plus 5 feet. So it's assumed that the vast majority of the critical root zone would be within that protected zone. And if alteration or work would be done underneath that tree, and there's lots of provisions to allow that to occur, it should be done in the least damaging way possible.
And before us, do we have pictures of any damage that might have occurred? We certainly know that there was alteration in the tree's zone, but in terms of limb removal, you said up against trees. Do we have photos of that?
We have photos of trees being cleared mechanically immediately adjacent to the stem of the tree. And it isn't that necessarily that would cause permanent damage that would kill the tree, though it could. But the point is, alteration did occur, therefore a tree permit would be required, and that tree permit would process at the same time that the PD permit would be, the plan development permit would be processed. It would be done together. So it would be vegetation clearing with the alteration of trees. And it may come out that nothing would be required to offset those trees or further prevention. But if it were to come in the door today without this work being done retroactive, the permit being issued retroactively, we would make recommendations that they keep that protected zone and treat that area differently, and probably masticate by hand, or fence off and leave alone, or not fence off alone, just keep your distance from it. That's what the tree protection ordinance was intended to do, was to minimize that alteration. So the point isn't was there damage necessarily, but was there alteration, and could that alteration lead to damage?
I see. You said that we do have photos of that. I've looked at the 4 photos in the...
I think that I'm going by memory. There's a picture of a oak tree in the middle of a field,
yes,
and there's everything's completely denuded around it.
Right.
That's an example. There are other additional pictures that were taken with trees that were material was scraped and left adjacent to and underneath some trees. During the brushing process, the brush was pushed aside next to the tree, and the brush, because the tree was close to the edge of the pad areas where they were clearing, the material was still there. That's something that arborists don't generally like, to leave material underneath a tree that wasn't there before, such as additional dirt and brush and what have you. That would be what the tree permit would cover, would say, if you were to do this work, please do it in a manner, or you're required to do it in a manner that would minimize the long-term effects of those trees. So was immediate damage done to those trees? It doesn't necessarily appear from those pictures and from the testimony given that these trees still appear to be very healthy and vigorous. But if someone would come to the counter and ask me, do I need a tree permit to do work under 140 trees, I would say, yes, you need a tree permit.
Thank you.
Once again, I'll close the public hearing. Do you want to take a break, or do you want to go right to the... We'll take a 5-minute break. Now it's time for deliberations. Who wants to go first? Paul?
This has been quite a day. I have a lot of respect for farmers, and I'm a big right-to-farm supporter. But there's some issues here that seem to make this difficult. In this overlay, I mean, there seems to be a number of definitions that aren't clear or not even there. I saw a lot of confusion with that. But on some of the issues themselves, I mean, the protected trees, heavy equipment and grading was done within the drip line, and that's a violation, and that's pretty clear. And I've heard a lot of good arguments today on what livestock farming. You know, I'm one of these guys, when I think of farms, I think of strawberries and lemons and that kind of thing. And I think of cattle ranching. So maybe that's the problem with the city folks. They don't know the difference between ranching and farming because there isn't any. But what was before us today is we have to go with what is said in the SRP overlay. Whether that be, you know, that native vegetation is not a crop. It's protected, and therefore a permit's required. I would hope that with some of the misunderstanding that's gone on, that the appellant would be impacted as little as possible within the rules to rectify this situation. But with respect to livestock operations in general in the SRP area, clearly there needs to be further discussions. I think that's been reiterated here a couple of times. But that needs to be between the livestock folks and policymakers. And, you know, whether that turns into anything, turns into reinterpretation of some of the language or clarification of language or some change in the policy, that's not what occurs here today. We have to look at what is there and rule on that, and not the policy itself, whether we like it or dislike it and so forth. So I think that's where I'm at.
Ladies and gentlemen, just so you know, the director talked about the discussions in 2008 and 2010. 3 of us were here at that time. And the reason we had discussions again in 2010 was simply because in 2008 there were some obviously difficult issues. Whether or not you could build a brick barbecue in Westlake off the 23. These are areas that the director obviously should not be involved in or permitting. So 2010 we had further discussions on this issue of the scenic overlay, which at both times I expressed my difficulties with to begin with. But however, that is the law as we see it today. So as I'm listening to all of this, I think back 4 and 2 years ago, I knew I'd wind up here, as a couple of you said, Julie, simply because we can't think of everything when we try to come up with an ordinance. So because of that, then we have issues of discretion that the director gets into. I'm also painfully aware of the gentleman that bulldozed literally acres of oak trees down, and that none of us want. But however, here we are in the middle. So I'm going to go back to the memorandum that the director talked about from February 11th that discussed the 5 issues. And this is where I'm having the difficulty with the director's decision. This was not under the agricultural exemption. Give me a couple minutes and I'll quote this to you. This is in Exhibit 14, and this is on page 13, a handwritten, or page 4 of it. I'm just going to give you quotes. At the top of the page, it's in the discussion, it says, however, the agricultural commissioner suggests that agricultural land may be legitimately abandoned for 5 to 10 years due to unusual circumstances such as lack of water. The discussion continues to go on about those issues. Further on down in the recommended staff action, that the agricultural commissioner's recommendation that the 5-year limitation should not apply to fallow fields. Now I'm going to come back to that as a part of interpretation under the brushing, what we just talked about as far as it relates to cattle and livestock maintenance. Okay, should not apply to fallow fields which are designated prime, statewide, or unique. And again, I get back to the local control issue that County Council talked about. Is not required because a managed fallow field would never meet the definition of native vegetation, which is where your planning director has to follow the law. Native vegetation was touched. So therefore, there should have been a discretionary permit. However, testimony I received here today made it very clear to me that in the maintenance of a livestock situation, cattle particularly in this one, that the best management practices is to rotate around. And I know this from a very long time ago, a little place called Kingsville, Texas. I don't know if you all know the little ranch they have down there. That if a fallow field for a livestock operation means that you move your cattle around, you let them graze, because again, if you let the cattle graze too long, you tend to harden the earth, and then it's not worth anything. So best management practice is to allow it to go fallow. Now, further on, we came to the conclusion, based, as staff said, on page 15, is that we had decided that 5 years would be the appropriate time. Well, again, I remember those discussions. I don't remember discussion about livestock, cattle raising, sheep. Again, narrow view, we were just thinking about row crops or avocado trees or something like that. However, we truly are here for an agricultural purpose, Mr. Sloan, and then I have to take into consideration that the appropriate fallow time for a livestock operation may not fall within 5 years, as the agricultural commissioner said. There may be unusual circumstances that would take it out of the 5-year limitation. Now, the director has to follow the 5-year because that's what she's been given to follow. My interpretation, when I went through these discussions, was I understood there may be unique situations which the agricultural commissioner commented on. I feel we have one of those before us today, that the best management practice for a cattle operation with the grazing requires more than 5 years in certain situations. So this is where I'm at as far as that. To me, it meets the agricultural exemption based on that logic, my logic. So like Supreme Justice Roberts, I'm going to call it a tax. The two guys in the front row got that one. So I think this meets an agricultural exemption based on those discussions and the logic that is for an agricultural livestock operation to manage the natural was always under that, and we have evidence of over 100 years. My difficulty right now is with the trees. We have a tree ordinance that's been around since 1992, and it's pretty clear that you need to get a permit if you're going to be around county trees. So in this situation, should a discretionary permit as far as trees been sought? And I think that's the big question to me. As far as you clearing out the rest of the natural vegetation, to me, it was an ongoing fallow livestock agricultural operation. So what I'm struggling with right now is the tree issue. And since that law has been around since '92, then the rancher, which is an agricultural operation, should have known that when it comes to certain trees, they should have sought whether or not there should have been a permit. Given that situation right now, is it triggered by the scenic overlay? I'm having a struggle here. So I'd like to hear from some of the other commissioners on that particular issue before I decide. Thank you.
Let me weigh in. I come to the same conclusion as my colleague to my left upon the general exemption.
So I'm going to move off that and go to the tree. I've had a horrible time trying to reconcile the various definitions that have been applied by everyone in this case. And I have an even a worse time trying to uphold some punitive sanction to a farmer where no one's demonstrated any damage to anything. Just a moment. Our staff material says non-permitted excavation within a drip line or within 15 feet of a trunk of a protected tree. Now we know it's not excavation. We know excavation hasn't occurred, and maybe that's an unfortunate choice of words, but it's a word I've got to live with. That's what the violation is. And then we go, and it goes on to say, excuse me just a second. We don't really have an excavation situation. And we go to non-coastal zoning ordinance 810725, which defines alter, which the county is settling upon, and defines that as to prune, cut, trim, damage, or invade the protected zone. Well, I don't have any evidence of any damage to anything. Then we look to the definition of invade, which is provided to us. And it says trenching, digging, placement of heavy equipment, vehicles, and materials in the protected zone. And I don't know that that's meant to be all-inclusive. But I don't know if any of those things truly happened. I don't even have evidence to support that a piece of heavy equipment ever set foot under a drip line. With the blades they have today, I don't know. But there's no evidence either way. So I don't have any evidence of damage. And if I'm going to hold the applicant to the fire, I better have some damage to report to somebody. Now, I have absolutely no doubt that this ordinance needs to be retooled. Everyone's talked about it today. It's quite obvious. But when I see what happened out there, we've had grazing land advanced, the cattleman gets to stay in business, food's produced, no protected trees are removed or damaged, threat of catastrophic wildfire is removed, no degradation of the environment that I've been able to determine, and the viewshed of the Ojai Valley is protected and wildlife enhanced. Under those circumstances, I have to support the appellant. I'm not willing under these showings or these interpretations to hold his feet to the fire, or their feet to the fire, knowing what they'll have to go through to remedy this situation. I think the burden should fall back on the county and us to redraft this ordinance with the full participation of the agricultural community. That's my 2 cents.
I'm in a quandary with this as well. And if I've got to vote today, I guess I'm prepared to vote. I'm wrestling with the issue of the letter of the law and the intent of the law, i.e. ordinance. And the fact that this was all done, prepared years ago, and we're living with it today. Obviously, we can't plan for everything when we put these ordinances and laws together. My thought process right now is nowhere near as organized as my companions next to me. So you just kind of have to bear with me for a little bit. I was troubled, first off and foremost, by the fact that I've got 2 inches worth of documents here that I received when I came in. I've got one document here from Sage Appraisers, Associates, dated July 30th. I've got a package here from the county, I think it's Exhibit 8, that goes into the various violations, notice of violation issues. I'm disappointed, frankly, that at least this particular exhibit or some support documentation from staff wasn't included within our package, much like it has been in the past. And the most common one I think of is the mining operation that we went through up in Upper Ojai Valley, where we had extensive information and a clear tracking record of what had transpired, both give and take, and ultimately what it took to, I believe, finally get that thing resolved. Certainly that would have helped me before I walked in today. I, frankly, didn't expect we were going to be into this extensive a hearing. And so I apologize because I don't feel as prepared as I could have been. That said, there's some common sense that has to work in here someplace. When I talk about the letter of the law, the intent of the law, I understand staff's position and where they're at with the process that we're working with and the narrow confines of what they're required to deal with and what we're limited in addressing. I definitely feel the ordinance, this SRP, there needs to be some work done, a lot of work done. I'm troubled by the fact that we refer to various definitions. We reference certain things, and when there isn't any specific definition in the code, we're referred to the dictionary, as I recall staff hearing correctly. Yet we're bouncing around in different areas. We're talking about agriculture. We're talking about different definitions within different codes and ordinances related to agriculture. I'm troubled by the fact there isn't some continuity, so everybody's working off the same definition. In this case, agriculture. What is defined by agriculture? I think Mr. Case, in my opinion, made a very strong argument for the appellant. I find it hard to disagree with much of what was being said, both in initial presentation and in subsequent summation. Cattle ranching is part of ag. It's farming. You have areas of property, in this case grazing land, that is not always occupied. It's pretty apparent that cattle have grazed in this area long before any of us ever took our first breath, and yet we're looking at it from a microscopic point of view that doesn't consider anything that happened before. Pick the date. And I don't think that's appropriate. It needs to be considered. If this were another type of scenario, we would use the word grandfathered in their activities. This is common. What occurred out there is common practice as far as maintaining the grasslands and trying to maintain them, keeping back, holding back, or brushing away some of the natural vegetation that tends to overwhelm the grasslands. I'd like to see some continuity or some consistency in the terminology. I mean, I really appreciated the speaker that came up and started using the term brushing as opposed to scraping or excavating, which are completely different things, although they may be similar. Brushing is much more descriptive of what occurred out here, and I think it's much more descriptive of what goes on as a matter of practice by the cattlemen and the ranching that they do out there to maintain their grasslands. There's much more I probably want to say, but I don't think it would add an awful lot to it. It's apparent that this whole issue came to pass because of a report by some unknown persons identifying a perceived violation. and providing correspondence GPS coordinates, whether that came in directly to planning or whether it came through via local legislator's office and reported on into the chain of command, I guess that isn't really important. I come from a history where you have the letter of the law and the intent of the law, and I sometimes when I'm trying to wrestle with this thing, the thing that keeps popping up in my head is the issue. I forget the term. I think was the fruit of the poisonous tree. If at any point some or any part of your case or evidence is found to be improperly obtained, then everything that follows from that is no longer applicable. And not that this is a criminal case, but there hasn't been any showing that the point of reference for reporting this violation was within the appropriate access in the county's view corridor, resource corridor. And that's all I've got to say.
I want to talk about some really big things and then some really, really tiny, minute things in order to make a motion. Starting with the minute. The August 16th Planning Commission hearing is not a hearing about how the non-coastal zoning ordinance may or may not be changed to accommodate the introduction of grazing animals into native vegetation. It's just before, what's the issue that is before us is whether or not the notice of violation in question was properly issued. So that's the thing that's sticking, the little thing. The big thing was the Scenic Resource Protection Overlay Zone in the first place. What was the purpose of it? And the purpose was to protect the viewshed of selected county lakes and state or county designated highways as depicted on the scenic resource area on the resource protection map of Ventura County General Plan goals, policies, and programs, and other scenic areas as determined by an area plan. And apparently this falls within the Ojai area plan, and it's mapped. So the intent was to protect these scenic resources. And then we got the even bigger picture from Mr. Kwong about how the county is within its rights as with its police powers to protect all resources, not just ranching operations, but the watershed, the plant communities, etc. So I go back to this notice of violation from September 8th, 2011, and it says non-permitted grading resulting in an excavation or fill more than 2 feet in height. This is Exhibit 8, so I don't have to read it over again. And it comes down to there was 1,000 square feet of these native vegetation was removed. No doubt. But it wasn't graded. See, that's the thing. I can't decide whether or not it was graded or not, because on the appeal form it refers to the removal of the vegetation. But then there's an exemption on the Scenic Resource Protection Zone that was given on page 4 of the presentation by Sulphur Mountain Land and Livestock that highlights section B3, regrading of an existing or previously irrigated agricultural area for agricultural purposes so long as no new excavation or fill will exceed 5 feet. So I've got all these different terms: brushing, disking, grading, dozing, all these different terms. Let's stick with the same one. The notice of violation says non-permitted grading, The appeal talks about the grading. This exemption talks about the grading, okay? So let's not have this shifting thing about what we're talking about, whether or not, is there an exemption? And it says regrading of existing. To anybody who's grown up with ranching, you know where your pastures are. It's as clear as looking at a picture. I don't care if it's from space. You can see where cattle has been through and where it hasn't. So that's why I disclosed, my family's been in ranching since the beginning of this country. Regrading of existing agricultural areas for agricultural purposes. To me, it's just no more clear than that. And it's very important to separate the wheat from the chaff, because you just look at the words that matter. And all this other stuff, with particular, I want to thank the person who thought that I needed to read this. I didn't. So thank you. It's, to me, that's the crux. That's like the snag. That's the thing. No doubt, native vegetation was removed, but there's an exemption for that, and it says it just as clear as anything to me. And all this other stuff about the statements that you were saying about the CEQA and the prior thing that kind of got jumbled in my head. I didn't quite understand that. But what's in front of me right now, what I think I do understand, is that no doubt there was native vegetation removed, but it looked like, according to this, with the plain reading of it, that there's an exemption for that. And I even remembered the discussion from the hearings that we had and the assurances that we had, that don't worry, what we're trying to do is make it so that people don't go in like, whatever that real estate company was in 1982. We've got very clearly that this is a whole different animal. So I don't think the world's going to fall apart and all of a sudden ranchers are going to start clearing things wantonly. It's just not what ranchers do. They rotate their pasture. You have to. And the time that takes, that's not a calendar thing. That's something that happens due to weather. How many head of cattle you have running on the land, there's a million things that go into it. Getting to a motion. Well, you know what? I've said my piece, so if somebody else wants to make a motion, that's fine.
Go ahead.
I'll
I'll do it if you want.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. All right. Simply for the reason, I think I have a clarity here. So this will be the motion. That we certify that the Planning Commission has reviewed and considered the staff report and all exhibits thereto, and all the oral comments.
Have those been included? Do you have the A
Yeah,
through?
I'll get there. I'll get there. And all those exhibits thereto, up to including N, Exhibit N, that we have been given, and all the oral comments and documents received during the public conference. 2, to uphold the appeal for the reasons set forth based on the record and the findings of the Planning Commission and the discussions that you have been heard. And to specify the clerk of the Planning Commission is the custodian, 800 South Victoria, Ventura is the location of the documents and materials that constitute the record of proceedings upon which this decision is based. That is my motion.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
You're opposed.
Yeah, we're through.